If you want Klaviyo email marketing to drive serious revenue for your store in 2026, you do not need more random tactics. You need the right email system, because most e-com brands are either missing key flows, sending campaigns without a real strategy, or trying to fix performance issues without understanding what's actually broken underneath. So in this full email marketing course, I'm gonna walk you through the exact setup I'd focus on to build a high performing email system from the ground up. We will start with list growth, because none of the rest of this matters if you're not consistently adding new email subscribers to your list. Then we're gonna build out the core email flows, layer on campaigns, cover A/B testing, segmentation, deliverability, and finally we will discuss how to use AI to make the whole email system faster and smarter. And that order matters because each part affects the next. And by the end of this course, you should be able to look at your own Klaviyo account and know exactly what to build, what to fix, where the biggest revenue opportunities are. So let's start at the very beginning, your sign-up form. So first of all, why having a high converting pop-up form is so important. Most people who click on your ads and land on your website aren't gonna buy straight away. 98% of the people will leave your store without leaving a trace. So they're just simply browsing, comparing, and just checking your brand out. So without a solid way to capture those people, they're just gonna leave your store without leaving a trace. And you might never see them again. And of course, you can run some retargeting ads via Facebook or Google, but that's just super expensive to run for your e-commerce store. So this is where a high converting sign-up form comes into play. So it serves as the gateway to turning those casual visitors into potential customers for your brand. So by capturing their details through an engaging and well-placed sign-up form, you're not just collecting data, you're creating an opportunity for ongoing communication. And this means that you can nurture those leads with your welcome series flow and with your email campaigns. And this way you can build trust with them and guide them towards that first purchase. And from there, you can nurture them into a repeat customer. So it's a key tool for lowering your cost per acquisition and making sure that the traffic that you're paying for doesn't just vanish. So this is the typical e-commerce funnel that I often see, and that's that brands are running top of funnel paid ads. People will visit your website. 2% of them on average will be converting and actually buying from you, but 98% of the people are leaving your store without actually purchasing. And of course, underneath there, you'll run some retargeting ads, which are super expensive. And of course, there will be some people that will be revisiting your website, but a lot of them, again, will leave your store without buying. And maybe you'll convert just a small portion of it, another 2%. But the end result is that your cost per acquisition is sky high. So that's why I always recommend this optimized e-commerce funnel, where still you will be running the top of funnel paid ads. People will still visit your store via those paid ads. And still only 2% of the people will actually convert straight away, and 98% of the people will leave your store. But now we have a high converting sign-up form in place, which will capture 8 to 12% of your website traffic. And these new email subscribers, you can nurture them with your welcome series flow, which will convert 10 to 20% of your new email subscribers. And the rest of your new email subscribers, you can nurture them with your other flows and with your email campaigns, which will convert even more email subscribers. So in the end, you will have a lot more people who will actually buy from you, and your cost per acquisition will go down. And of course, everyone can set up a sign-up form, because Klaviyo has a lot of default templates that you can use. But the problem with those default plug and play templates is that those templates are just not converting at the level that you want. You don't want to settle for just a 2 to 3% sign-up rate, because even then you're still leaving a lot of potential on the table. So it takes up a lot more effort, skills, and know-how to get from the 1 to 3% industry standard all the way to the 8 to 12% sign-up rate that we are aiming for, because that's what we call high converting sign-up form. And once you reach that level, you can expect to 3 times amount of people inside your email list, and you can triple your email revenue in a super easy way. And I really want to emphasize that sign-up forms are not a set it and forget it thing. So it's not that you just set up a sign-up form once and you can just leave it running for the rest of its time. You have to keep optimizing it to make sure that your sign-up rate will go up over time. So maybe you start with a sign-up rate of 4%, but by implementing A/B testing and optimizing it over time, you can increase it to that 8 to 12% region, because there's always room for improvement. So it's all about testing, iterating, and refining to push those sign-up rates to that 8 to 12% sign-up rate level. So how to create a high converting sign-up form? The most important thing of your sign-up form is to create a good offer, because That's actually the biggest game changer. So ask yourself, would you sign up for a newsletter with a bad offer? Probably not, right? So think about what could be a good offer for your audience. Actually sign up for your newsletter. So you have to make sure that you split test different kind of offers to see what resonates the best and the most with your audience. And of course, you have to remember to factor in your profit margins, sign-up rate, your welcome flow conversion rate, and the revenue attributed to your welcome flow. So what are good offers that you could test for your own brand? Think about a buy one, get one free, a buy one, get one at 50% off, a free gift when you buy X, a free digital product, free shipping, a dollar amount off over a certain amount, percentage off over a certain amount, a percentage off when you buy a subscription, a cashback, early access to a sale, and my personal favorite, a mystery discount. So there are a lot of different softwares in the marketplace that can help you create sign-up forms. But I always recommend to stick to Klaviyo because Klaviyo has massively improved over the last few years with their sign-up forms. So there's no need to use a separate software for this. Now let's dive into a Klaviyo demo account and show you how exactly you can build a high converting sign-up form. So in this Klaviyo account, we go in the left menu to sign-up forms, and at the top right corner, we want to click create form. And at the categories, you can select if you just want to collect emails or also phone numbers or just phone numbers. And for this example, we're just going to collect an email address. And over here, you can select the type of sign-up form, and the best performing forms are the pop-up forms or the full page forms. So always make sure to split test both. For this example, we're going with just a simple pop-up form. So now you see the default Klaviyo templates, which already gives us a good base to start with. So for example, let's go with this one. Let's call this a demo desktop. And then you have to select the email subscriber list. So when people are signing up via this sign-up form, which list they are entering. For most brands, it will be the newsletter list. And then you can toggle the switch to include a teaser, which I will tell more about in a sec. Then we create the form. And now we're in the sign-up form builder. So what we're first going to do is select the targeting and behavior. So over here, you can select the timing. So when should this form be displayed? Right now, by default, it's on immediately, but that's something you don't want to do. Imagine you're visiting an e-commerce brand store and immediately you get a pop-up. That's not the experience that you want for your audience. So always want to have this selected on based on rules. So on desktop, I always go with when visitors exiting the page after time delay. And this is something that you can split test, but a good starting point is 6 seconds, and select after visitor has scrolled a certain amount. Again, this is something that should A/B test, but a good starting point is 60%. And then you can even select if person has seen a certain amount of pages. And you can toggle the switch if you want to make sure that all these selected conditions are being met before someone is getting the sign-up form. But that's something we don't want to toggle, so we leave it like this. Then the frequency, so after a visitor closes the form, show again after. The default, it's on 5 days. I like to put it on 3 days. And then devices. So that's an important thing. You always want to make sure that you have a separate mobile and a separate desktop form. So I always start with the desktop form, and then later I'm going to duplicate this form and make it more suitable for mobile, because there are some minor things that you want to adjust on mobile. And also in terms of A/B testing, we sometimes see different conclusions on mobile and desktop. So some things apply on desktop, but not on mobile. So that's why I always want to make sure to have 2 separate forms for mobile and desktop. So in this case, since this is the desktop form, we're going with desktop only. And here you can create some custom triggers, but we're not going to do that now. And then over here, you go to targeting. And then people who get this sign-up form, we select the don't show to existing Klaviyo profiles, because obviously this form is not suitable for people who are already on the email list. Then you can select URLs to include or exclude. We like to exclude the sign-up form on the cart page, for example, but also on the checkout page, because these people are already on the verge of buying. So in that case, not necessary to show them a sign-up form where we give away a discount if people are already planning to buy from you at full price. And a good exclusion could be if you have a wholesale page, then you could exclude that page as well. Next up, you can select your U2M parameters, and you can select your location. So if your brand is based in the US and you only ship to the US, then obviously it makes sense to only show to visitors in the United States. And also you can exclude certain countries when necessary. So this is the targeting and behavior, so to which people we are showing the sign-up form. And now let's make the actual sign-up form. So in the right side, you see the sign-up form on how it looks. So on the left side, we have a site image, and on the right side, we have the actual sign-up form. So first of all, you want to make sure that you have an interesting image over here. So let's pick a random image. something like this. Make sure to have an alt text. So let's say this is for Nike. Let's have an alt text Nike. Then we're going to add a logo, make people familiar. So we're going to drop an image block in here, and we're going to select the Nike logo in here. Again, make sure you have an alt text. So the alt text is the text that people see when an image isn't loading, for example. Then the structure of a good high performing sign-up form is a simple offer in the headline, one input field per step, a converting call to action button text, and a micro copy. Those are the elements that you want. So let's focus on the headline first. By default, it says unlock 20% off your first order. So if 20% off is your offer, then this would already be a good headline. Then you see by default, Klaviyo uses this subheadline, sign up for special offers and updates. We want to make sure that the sign-up form is as clean and less frictionless as possible. So we want to get rid of elements that are not necessary. So with this sentence, sign up for special offers and updates, add any value to your potential customers? I don't think so, because people already know when they sign up for your newsletter, they will be getting newsletters with special offers and stuff like that. So basically, we just want to get rid of this block. There you go. So unlock 20% off your first order. Then we have the email field. And you can change the label. By default, it's on email. I like to use something like enter your email here to make it as easy as possible for people to understand it, because the more friction you have, the less conversion you get. So you want to make sure that you don't have any friction in your sign-up form, because this will boost your conversion rate. So even a simple thing like saying enter your email here makes it way easier for people to understand what you expect from them. So that will be the placeholder text. Next up, we want to change the color of this input field, because right now we have a white background, and also the input field is white, so it doesn't really stand out. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on edit styling in here, and then at the input field text styles and input field styles over here, you can change the background color. I like to use a little bit of a gray color in this case, so something like this. So this way, this input field stands out more, easier to find for people. Again, less friction, more conversion. And of course, over here at tiles, you can also change all the font colors. So for example, for text and headings, if your font is Popups, you can change it in here. And then if you scroll down, you can also change it for the input field, change it to Popups as well. So over here, you can basically style it in exactly the way you want it. Then we have the call to action button. So something like get my discount now would already be a good call to action button. So my advice, and this goes for both the headline as the call to action button text, don't use words like subscribe and sign up, because in general, people don't like to sign up for things. So skip those words. Rather talk about what's in it for your audience. So in this case, unlock 20% off your first order, and then a call to action button text that says get my discount now. And there are a lot of variations that you can use for this and split test to see what converts the best for your audience, but never use something like sign up now or subscribe now. Then in this example, we have this disclaimer: by signing up, you agree to receive email marketing. If you're based in the US, it's not necessary to have this. In Europe, in the EU, it's a bit different because of the privacy rules that we have over there. But if you're based in the US, this is just simply not necessary. So we're going to want to get rid of this block as well. And then finally, we have this micro copy. So a micro copy is a text right underneath the call to action button. And basically what you want to do is give people two options, because research has shown us that if you only have one call to action button, people are way more likely to not make a choice. So to actually sign up in this case. So if you give people two options, interesting option and a not so interesting option, they're way more likely to actually make a choice and go for the better option, of course. So in this case, if the main call to action is get my discount now, a no thanks micro copy is already a good one. Again, you can split test different variations with this, but this would already be an interesting one. Let's change the font to Popups and let's add some top padding so it looks like this. So this is already like a pretty good sign up form. So a simple headline, unlock 20% off your first order, an input field that's clearly to see, a big call to action button that says get my discount now, and a simple no thanks button. If people click on no thanks, it will just simply close the form. So one last thing that you want to adjust for this step is get rid of the X in here, because right now with the X, it's really clear and easy for people to close the form. Of course, we do want to give people the option to close the form, but we don't want to make it too easy for people, because then we're basically removing the friction for people to get rid of the form, and it will increase the chance that people actually want to leave the form. So that's why I want to get rid of this X. The way we're going to do it, we're going to change the size to 1 pixel, and over here at the color of this X button, we're going to change transparency to 0. This way people don't see it anymore like that. So now it's completely gone. And of course, if people still want to get rid of this form, they just simply click the no thanks button, and then the form will close. So this is what we call the email opt-in. What we're going to do now is add one step before this email opt-in. So we're gonna clone this step over here and call this micro yes. I'm going to clone the step and put it in front of the email opt-in. So what we're going to do is ask for a micro commitment, because research has shown that by asking for a micro commitment, people are way more likely to say yes to you in the next step. So if you first ask them if they want to receive a discount, yes or no, if they say yes, they're way more likely to actually fill in the email opt-in and get inside your email list. We have tested this for more than 40 e-commerce brands for all of our own clients. And in most cases, this micro yes step increases the conversion of the sign-up form. So that's why by default, we like to turn it on, but always make sure to split test it for your own. So how does this micro yes step look like? Right now, we just simply duplicated the email opt-in. So what we're going to do first is get rid of the input field because that's not necessary. I'm going to change the call to action button to yes, please. And we keep the second call to action button on no thanks. And then we're going to change this discount a bit. So we're going to say, do you want 20% off your first order? So we're simply asking if they want 20% off. And of course, people want 20% off. So they'll click yes, please. Increases the likelihood that they're going to say yes to the next step as well, where we ask for the email address. So this will boost the conversion rate. Of course, we can design it a bit nicer. So for example, what we can do, put this on one line and make this a bit bigger and only make 20% off bold so it really stands out. Then we're going to add some padding below, something like this. So this is what people see first. So do you want 20% off your first order? Yes, please. And then they will see this page. So this is the micro yes step or the micro commitment step. Next up, you want to add a teaser. So a teaser is basically a thing that people see on your website before they actually see the real pop-up form. So there are a lot of different settings that you can use. First of all, the style. So you can use a rectangle, a circle, or a corner. So I like to go with the rectangle version for the most part on desktop. And then if you scroll down, you can select the behavior. So you can select if you want to show this teaser after a form is closed, before displaying the form, or before displaying the form and after the form is closed. And that's the setting that I like to use. And then you can basically select some content, so some text. By default, it shows this gift icon. I don't like to use that, to be honest. I rather like to use a text. So let's use Popups and say save 20% now. Already an interesting one. And then we're gonna make this black. And then of course we need to make sure that the text is white. Center this. So now when people are visiting your store, they immediately see save 20% now. So this way people immediately see this, and when they click on it, it will open the form. And we've tested this multiple times, and the teaser does increase the conversion rate and the exact amount that are actually joining your email list. So not only the sign-up rate, but also the amount of people that join your email list. So now we have a teaser, we have the micro yes step, we have the email opt-in. One last thing that we need to do for the sign-up form is edit the success page. So this is the page that people see when they filled in their email address and clicked on the Get My Discount Now button. First of all, I want to make sure that it looks identical to the rest of the form. So we're going to add in the logo again, add blocks, image, Nike logo, just as an example. And then we're first going to change the headline. Let's change this. Your discount code is on its way to teach the people. And then a little text over here where we're going to say, please check your inbox for the confirmation message with your discount code. Didn't receive an email within 5 minutes. Please check your spam box. And then we want to highlight this even more, so make it bold. And let's change the font to Popups. Let's add some padding on top of here, like that. So this is a good success page because first of all, we have a headline that basically future paces the situation. So we say your discount code is on its way. So we make people excited that they're getting their discount code. And we're saying, please check your inbox for the confirmation message with your discount code. So it's clear what you expect from them to check their inbox because there they can find the discount code. I'm never a big fan of giving away the discount code on the success page. I know there's a big debate in the email marketing industry and the e-commerce space that you should give away the discount code straight on the success page. I'm not a big fan of it with the reason that I like to train the people to actually open your emails, because if you're giving away the discount code now on this page, there's no reason for people to actually open your email. So what will happen, you're not training them to actually open your emails, and people are not opening your first welcome series email because why would they? They already have the discount code, so they can already buy. So this will lead to low open rates for the first email that you're sending to a new subscriber, and this sends a bad signal to email providers like Google and Outlook because they they think, hey, this brand is sending an email to this person, but this person is not opening it. And this is the first email that they will be receiving. So next time we'll send this person an email, we're going to send it to the spam box because these people clearly doesn't want to have this email. So that's absolutely something we don't want. So I always like to guide people towards a welcome email with the discount code inside it. And I don't want to share the discount code already on this page. Next up, last thing that I want to say on the success page is that if they didn't receive an email within 5 minutes, please check your spam box, because sometimes a brand has deliverability issues. So in that case, it could be that your email is already landing in their spam box and you don't want these people to contact your customer support. Then your customer support has to answer them with, hey, please check your spam box. So by just saying it already on the success page, your customer support will thank you basically. So have this in your success page and people can find your email in the spam box when that's applicable, of course. And that's it. So this is a good desktop form to get started with. But now I want to show you how you can convert this desktop form into a mobile form. So what we're going to do is we're going to the desktop form, hit the 3 dots over here, hit clone and call this demo mobile. Continue. Then we're going to open the mobile version. And then at targeting at behavior, I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to say display on mobile only. And there you go. Now we only see a mobile version. First thing that I want to change is the rules for when people will see the sign-up form. So I want to uncheck the when the visitor is exiting the page, because the exit intent trigger on mobile isn't that reliable. So sometimes people will get the form while they're not exiting the page. And this is not good for the user experience. So that's why on mobile, I like to turn it off. And the most important thing is to just double check if fonts are big enough or are too big, and if everything is clear and has good experience on mobile. Because, for example, if you go to the teaser, you see the teaser on mobile takes up a lot of space on mobile. It's the full bottom bar of your store, and it could be on your store that you have multiple things going on, like a loyalty system promotion or something else. So that's why this teaser, I like to make this a circle on mobile, so it's a bit smaller. And then, of course, you also need to adjust the text a little bit. So let's get rid of the off. Now we have saved 20% now. Let's make this a bit smaller like that. So now we have a smaller teaser, but it's still clearly visible for people. And this way you can already optimize this a little bit on mobile. Then we have the micro yes. And what we see is that the call to action button is pretty small. So what I like to do, if we scroll down, I'm going to change the height of the sign up form call to action button. Let's change it to 70. And let's also change the size of this tag. Right now it's on 20. Let's make this 30. So it's a lot bigger. And also let's change the no thanks to 18. And this is already a good size. Same applies to the email opt-in tab. So let's change the height of the call to action button to 70 and the text to 30 and the text of no thanks to 18 pixels like that. And then we can optimize this a little bit more. So we can make the 20% off a bit bigger, like 60. So it stands out a bit more. And let's change the input field as well. So we have to do that at the general styling settings. With input field height, let's change this to 70 as well. And let's change the font size of the text in here to 20 like that. This way, it's way more optimized for mobile already. And then finally, we have the success page. So first of all, we're going to change the font size to, let's say, 22. And that's basically it for the success page. And this is how you can optimize and tweak your sign-up form from desktop to mobile. So it basically gives your users a better experience, and it's easier to read, and it makes it easier for people to sign up with your sign-up form. So this is how you make a high converting sign-up form inside Klaviyo. Now let's talk about the top 10 mistakes you don't want to make with your sign-up form. So these are mistakes that I see oftentimes with other e-commerce brands. So the first mistake is that your offer is not good. So the success of your sign-up form hinges on the strength of your offer. To get people to subscribe, you need a compelling incentive. So as mentioned earlier, you have to ask yourself, what offer would entice people to join my newsletter? Because if you're on an e-commerce brand store, you see a sign-up form with a bad offer, you're not signing up. So the same goes for your audience, for your own e-commerce brand. So in general, anything less than 10% off won't be as effective. And of course, you have to consider your average order value. So if your AOV is $200, you have two options. You could offer 10% off, or you could offer $20 off. And which option do you think would convert better? Of course, it's $20 off, because people's mind has a higher perceived value. But of course, you should always split test this for your own brand. Second mistake I often see is that people ask too many things in one sign-up form. So avoid asking for too many details in one step. Like I just showed you in the sign-up form creation, we only ask one thing thing. You have one input field and that's email. That's one step. Also want to collect the phone number, totally fine, but don't have it at the same step. You want to add this after the email opt-in step. Then you can ask for the phone number, because this way you're creating less friction. Less friction is more conversion. And you already got their email address and now you can ask for the phone number. Because what will happen if people want to give the email address but not their phone number, they won't be signing up at all and you don't have their email address. And that's of course something you don't want. You want to make sure that you first have the email address, then you can capture the phone number if that's applicable for your brand. And the same goes for things like first name, last name, the birthday, stuff like that. If you want to gather those data, make sure it's a separate step in your sign-up form and not all in one step. And I see this go wrong all the time. Trust me, this will hurt your conversion rate if you do this. The second mistake I see all the time is that your time delay is too short or too long. So like I just showed you, the default setting that I like to use is that we have to wait 6 seconds for someone to be on your page before we show the sign-up form. And I also mentioned that this is a setting that you should split test for your own brand, because finding the sweet spot for your sign-up form time delay is crucial. So if you show it too soon, you'll disrupt the customer experience, which will lead to low sign-up rate, because you can imagine if you're on a store and immediately you get a sign-up form, you will probably perceive it as spam, and that's something you don't want. But if you wait too long, there are less and less people who actually see the form. So it might be that you have a high sign-up rate, but because almost no one is seeing the form, you're still ending up with a low amount of email subscribers. So you have to balance visibility with a positive user experience. So that's why I always recommend a time delay anything between the 4 to 12 seconds. The next mistake is that your sign-up form is too small. So too often I see sign-up forms that are way too small to catch anyone's attention. So in general, the bigger the better. You want your form to stand out and be noticed. And that's why an interesting A/B test is also to test a pop-up form versus a full screen form. The next mistake is that people use too much copy. So don't use too much copy. Just use a short headline, an input field, and a call to action button, and a micro copy, and that's it. So don't use any supporting text box. Like I already told you, any mention of your exclusive offers and promotions is just unnecessary. People already understand that they will receive this when they join your email list. And nobody wants to be overwhelmed with a lot of reading. People don't like that nowadays. So this will only significantly hurt your conversion rate. So keep it simple. The next mistake is that your offer is not in the headline. So the only reason that people are signing up for your newsletter is because of your offer. Show your offer in the headline. And I see this all the time, that many e-commerce brands are hiding their offer in the body copy, which you shouldn't have in the first place, but okay. But oftentimes I see headlines like, hey, how are you doing? And then in the body copy, then they talk about the offer. So the attention grabbing thing is the hey there instead of do you want 20% off? Which headline do you think will convert better? The second one, of course. So if your offer is hard to find, people will just close your form. So don't hide your offer. You want to make it as clear as possible and you want to make it as big as possible so people truly understand what they get when they sign up. The next mistake is to use words like sign up and subscribe in your sign up form. And I already talked about this before. People in general don't like to sign up for things. So avoid these words. Think about the reason why people would sign up for your email list. And that's because of the offer. So use that in your headlines and in your call to action buttons. The next mistake is not having a separate mobile and desktop form. And again, I already talked about this. You should have two separate forms simply because on mobile, you have to make some tweaks to make it look good. So that's already a good reason to have two separate forms. And the next reason is that when you start doing A/B testing, you're gonna see differences between your desktop audience and your mobile audience. So some things, for example, a micro yes step could work really, really well on mobile, but not on desktop or vice versa. So in that case, you want to make sure that you have two separate forms. So for example, on mobile, you can turn it on, but on desktop, you could turn it off. The next mistake that I often see is that your sign-up form loads too slow. So one of the biggest conversion killers for websites and also for sign-up forms is loading time, because a longer loading time is a massive conversion killer. So as I just showed you, you can use images in your sign-up form, which is great. It enhances the branding, but you do want to make sure that those images load fast. So what you want to do before implementing those images, that you run those images through a software like tinypng.com or squoosh.app, which will basically compress all the images and make it as small as possible. After that, you can upload it inside Klaviyo, and this way those images will load a lot faster than it used to, and this will just enhance the user experience and will boost your conversion rate. For mobile forms, it's just better to avoid using pictures altogether. Since on mobile, it really depends on the internet connection that people have. So that's why I always advise to skip out on images on mobile. And of course, you can have a logo as long as you make sure that you compress it. And the last mistake that I often see is that you give away the incentive on the success page. So like I just talked about, you don't want to give away the discount code on the success page. You want to train your people to actually open your emails, and you want to make sure that people open the first email that you send them. Otherwise, it will send a bad signal to the inbox providers like Google and Outlook, because if you send an email for the first time to someone and this person is not opening it, then obviously those inbox providers will think your email is spam. And the next time you email this person, Google will send this email straight to the spam box. So it's bad for your email deliverability, and you're not training your new email subscriber to actually open your emails. Now let's talk about the top 10 A/B tests that you should run for your sign-up form. So the secret to boosting your sign-up rate lies in constant A/B testing of your sign-up form. Because even with a solid blueprint like this guide, you still need to optimize and test different things to get the highest sign-up rate possible for your brand. Because each audience is different. So that's why I want to share the top 10 A/B tests that you should be running for your brand to get the highest conversion rate possible. And they're actually in order of the highest levers. So the first thing that you should be A/B testing is your offer. This is the biggest game changer for your sign-up rate, because a bad offer, even if it's designed in a beautiful way, will still yield a bad sign-up rate. But if you have a really good offer, but it's designed in a terrible way, will still get you a higher sign-up rate. So test out different offers for your brand and see what performs the best. So again, think of a buy one, get one free, a buy one, get one at 50% off, a free gift when you buy X, free digital product, free shipping, dollar amount off, a dollar amount off a certain amount, a percentage off when you have a subscription model, a cashback and early access to a sale, and again, my personal favorite, the mystery discount. And you do want to make sure that you take a holistic approach when you test different offers. So you don't just want to look at your sign-up rate, also at the conversion rate of the welcome flow attached to it and the total amount of revenue that this welcome flow is generating. Second A/B test is a micro yes versus no micro yes. So I already told you that in most cases, the micro yes step is basically increasing your conversion rate. But for some brands, for some audiences, it's simply not working. So that's why you should always split test this for your own brand. The next thing is the time delay. So I already talked about this. So test out different time delays to see what happens with the total amount of signups. So when you use a shorter time delay, then your signup rate will go up, but the total amount of signups will go down. And in the end, it's about the total amount of signups. Next A/B test is a pop-up form versus a full page form. So in some cases, we see that a full page form is performing better than a pop-up form. Pop-up form is like the industry standard. Still make sure to split test this for your own brand, because a full page form has a better visibility, and that's why for some brands, it yields better results. The next thing to A/B test is the headline copy. So the headline is the first thing that people see when they see your form. So you want to make sure that it grabs the attention while making it immediately clear what people can expect from you. So what you're offering. So headlines that you could test are something like save 20% now, get 20% now, take 20% now, unlock 20% off now, your discount awaits, or do you want 20% off? These are all different kind of headlines. And for some brands, we see that certain headlines work better than others. And the next A/B test is the copy of your call to action button. So the same that said about headlines applies to the call to action button. Make sure to test out different variations and see what works best for your audience. So examples could be save 20% off now, get 20% off now, take 20% off now, unlock my discount now, reveal my discount now, get my discount now, reveal the deal, or I want my discount. These are all variations. Split test it for your own brand. And again, the same applies to the micro copy, so the text underneath the main call to action button. So by default, we have this on no thanks, but there are different variations that you could split test. So something like no thanks, I'll pay full price, no thank you, no spam guaranteed, recommended by X happy customers, or rated 4.9 out of 5 by 5,000 customers, for example. And of course, split test having a micro copy versus not having a micro copy. A/B test number 8 that you could run is testing the colors in your designs. So you want to test a plain and simple form versus a fully designed form, for example. But you can also test a white form versus a black form. You could split test the color of the input field like I just showed you. And of course, the color of your call to action button. And just to clarify, this is not the highest lever because it's at number 8 of my top 10. But still, it can make a minor difference in terms of conversion rate. A/B test number 9 is image versus no image. So in the example desktop form that I showed you, we had an image. Also want to split test this versus a version without an image. Sometimes an image can distract people from the actual side of form. So sometimes for some brands, we see that using no image performs better. And of course, if you use an image, you want to test out different images to see what performs the best. For example, for one of our clients, we tested an image with a dog and an image without a dog. An image with a dog was performing way better than the image without a dog. So the general lesson that you should take, use an image with a dog in it. Just kidding. Still, you want to test different variations. And the last thing that you want to A/B test is the angle of your SMS sign up if this is applicable to your brand. So if you're using SMS, you want to make sure that you split test different angles for your SMS sign up. So you want to see which angle works the best for your brand and audience. So for example, what you can do if your email opt-in gives away 20% off, you can use the same method for the SMS opt-in. So you still say you want 20% off off now, fill in your phone number. But the different angle that you can take is that you give a higher discount for SMS signups. So let's say your email opt-in was 10% off. For your SMS signup, you can use 20% off. The last angle that you can test is that you treat your SMS list like a VIP club. So people can get access to the VIP club when they sign up for your SMS list. So those are 3 types of angles that you can test for your own e-commerce brand. And now you might wonder, okay, cool. You just told me about what kind of A/B test I should be running, but how can I set up these A/B tests? So let's dive into my Klaviyo demo account again. So let's go to the desktop form, and here in the top left corner, you see create A/B test. So when we hit the button, we can fill in a name of the test. So for example, offer test, and then offer A is 20% off, like the default version, and offer B is a mystery discount. So then we click create test, and then here you have an A version, the 20% off, that's the current version. Then you can select B mystery discount. Now what you're going to do is that we're going to say, do you want a mystery discount? So we're going to make these changes to the email opt-in and to the teaser as well. And once you've done that, you're going to select continue to test settings. And this is important. So what I like to do is put the weight on manual. So it basically only sends 50% version A, 50% version B. I don't like to put this on automatic because then you're going to give the freedom to Klaviyo to decide which version is performing the best. And what I often see is that Klaviyo has a preference for a certain version while there's not like enough volume to really make that conclusion. So that's why I like to put it on 50-50 and I want to be in control basically. But I also like to do winner selection. I don't want to automatically end the test. So now you know the fundamentals of building a high converting Klaviyo sign-up form. But there is another tool worth knowing about, especially if you want to push your sign-up rate even further. And this tool is called Alia. And it takes a different approach to capturing email subscribers by giving people a reason to engage before they even opt in. So next, let's look at how to set up a high converting sign-up form using Alia and when it makes sense to use it instead of the standard Klaviyo pop-up form. So we're in a demo Shopify account. And what you'll notice that we're in Alia right here and it's embedded inside Shopify. That's right, Alia is a Shopify app. Again, there's a free trial link in the description below if you want to try it out. But yeah, it's all inside Shopify, which is a nice thing that you can have control about it in your Shopify backend. So this is the first page that you will see in your Alia account, which shows you the analytics of the previous period. So you can see exactly what your email submit rate is. So how many people who viewed pop-up submitted their email, the phone submit rate, if that's applicable to you, and also the attributed sales and the amount of views, and also some other data points like your visitor funnel, which is super handy, and just the overall funnel of your pop-up. So this is the first page. And then on the left side, you can see all the other pages. So let me walk you through. So first of all, we have the campaigns page. So campaigns are the actual pop-up forms that we're going to make. So they see a specific pop-up as a campaign. More on that a bit later. And this is where we're going to set up everything, basically. The next page is the A/B tests. So kind of self-explanatory. So over here, you can see exactly what the A/B tests are that you have running, or the A/B tests that you did in the past. So super convenient that there is a separate page for this. Then the next page is reports. So again, self-explanatory. With this, you can see a couple of default reports, and you can also create your own reports. So think about reports about the survey answers, because with Alia, you can collect zero-party data. So you can ask a question to your audience. And of course, that's like valuable insights for your business. And with this report, you can see what the results are of those surveys. You can even see the performance by survey answer. So this is super interesting as well, because for example, if you're a health brand and you ask, okay, what is your goal? Losing weight, getting more muscles, stuff like that, growing your muscles. And then you can see, okay, people who select they want to lose weight, they are actually buying more from us. So that's an audience that we should focus on. So that's what you can do with the performance by survey answer. And there are a lot more reports in here. So super, super handy. Next up, we have the settings page. So here you just fill in your details. And then finally, we have the integrations page. So over here, you connect it to the Shopify, which it already is. You can also connect it to Klaviyo, which is super easy. You just hit connect and you connect it with your Klaviyo account, and then that integration is done. And when a subscriber is collected in Alia, it will automatically join a list that you select inside Klaviyo. And the good thing with Alia, they don't just work with Klaviyo, they also work with other ESPs like Omnisend, Postscript for SMS, Attentive, SendLane, Yotpo, and they have a lot more integrations, as you can see in here, and they're continuously expanding this. So also, if you're not using Klaviyo, while I still recommend Klaviyo, of course, you can also use it with Omnisend, Attentive, SendLane, or Postscript. So these are all the pages. But let's get into the fun part, the most important stuff as well, like the actual pop-up form. So what we're going to do, we're going to hit build your first campaign over here, and let's click on get started. And now Alia will give you a template to work with. So before we continue, I just want to mention I have a free email marketing course on my website that breaks down the exact email systems in more detail. It's completely free and it cuts out all the fluff. So if you want to access it, check out the link in the description below. So let's go over some examples. So as you can see, they have some Easter templates right now. So what you see, and this is like the typical Alia style of pop-up forms, they use full screen pop-ups. So not the small pop-up forms anymore that we used to build with Klaviyo. And if you watch my sign-up form videos for Klaviyo, you'll notice that I always said, don't use small sign-up forms because it hurts your conversions. Well, with Alia, you have full screen pop-ups. On the left side, you can see how it looks on mobile. So it's also full screen on mobile. And on the right side, you can see how it will look on desktop. So you can really make this branded with a nice background. And just overall, it looks way nicer than a Klaviyo pop-up immediately. And like the strategies are kind of similar to a Klaviyo sign-up form, but what we can do with Alia, as you can see, is that we can collect zero-party data. So in these templates, they use as an example the question, what are you shopping for today, myself or someone else? Or they can click no thanks to like close the full screen pop-up. But of course, you can make these questions a lot more valuable, and this can be super valuable for every e-com brand. So typically what we do with these questions is that we want to see, okay, what do our customers want? So, or what is their motivation? So like in the example I just gave, if you're a health brand, you want to know if someone wants to lose weight or just want to grow their muscles or they want to improve their health. So that can give you nice insights for your business overall. So what kind of audience you should target to. So of course you can make this a lot more in depth, and you can even create multiple questions, like a full quiz with this. Typically, I recommend only using one question to be fair. But yeah, if you scroll down here, you can see a couple of examples for different brands. So let's scroll through a couple of them. So this should already give you an idea of what is possible. And then we'll even highlight the top performers. So that's nice as well. So yeah, some really cool designs. As you can see in here, they also have some specific ones for Black Friday, Cyber Monday that you can grab and just completely tailor towards your brand. So just as an example, let's pick this one to start with. What we're going to do, we select this one and then we're going to hit next. And now over here, you can set up your brand theme. So think of all the colors and the fonts to make it like completely tailored towards your brand. I'm going to skip it for now. We're going to just use this as a base. Again, this is how it will look like on mobile right now. We can edit the logo, of course. We can edit the text. We can edit this question, and we can edit the image over here as well. So you can fully customize it. And over here, we can click on desktop and yeah, also like edit this completely. But for now, we're just going to keep it like this. I'm going to hit next. This is the moment that you can upload your logo. So it changes compared to your brand. So let's upload our own logo medicinally. There we go. And let's hit next. Now you can add a floating button. So this is what's called teaser in Klaviyo. So when someone is closing the pop-up, you still want to give them the option to subscribe to your email list. So you can have like a floating button. You can select to completely remove it if you have like a lot of floating things going on in your website. But typically it works really well. So I would definitely leave it on. You can select to have it on the bottom left, on the bottom right. You can have it on the left like vertical, on the right vertical, or no floating button. As you can see, Alia is also not recommending it. And I'm not recommending it either. So I would always go with a floating button. And of course, you can also check how it looks on desktop. Now let's hit next. And now we're going to select the first step. So gone are the days where we immediately ask for the email. We've seen this over and over again that just hurts the conversion of your sign-up form. I want to make sure that our sign-up rate is anywhere in the 6 to 12% region. And with that, we have to be a bit smarter. We have to create what we call a micro commitment. And in the past with the Klaviyo sign-up forms, we've been doing this by just asking like, hey, do you want a mystery discount? And then yes or no. And then we already created some intent. And then in the next step, people would fill in their email address. But with Alia, we can do a couple of other things. So first, we have the mini quizzes. This has the highest sign-up rate according to Alia. So we can collect and send zero-party data to the integrations. So as I mentioned, you can ask a question over here. Like, again, let's use the example. What is your goal? So we can say lose weight, grow some muscles, or improve my health. There we go. So why this works so well, and oftentimes when I speak to e-com brand owners, they think, oh yeah, but this only creates friction, right? But because people first need to answer a question before they can fill in their email. That just hurts conversion. I understand that thought process, but the opposite is actually true. And trust me, we have split tested this many times. What we see by first asking a super simple question, people will answer it, and then they created this micro commitment. They're already halfway through. So then the next step, when you ask for an email, they're way more likely to fill that in. There's just a psychological thing and it just works again. So that's why I really recommend using an option like this. But of course, there are different first steps that you can use. This is still my recommended one, but you can also go with a spin to win. So every visitor will receive this reward and the wheel will always land on a slice with the text for this reward. So you can create a reward over here. So this can be 5% off, 10% off, whatever. You can create a reward over here. And then you can also select the other slices. Again, it will always go to the same reward that you selected in here, but you can also show other basically fake rewards for them. So this is the typical spin to win. What I always recommend with Alia, test out, split test all these different first steps, because per brand we see different results. Usually the mini quiz or the scratch off is winning. More on that in a sec. But again, every audience is different. So definitely recommend it to split test and see what works best for your e-com brand. So this is the spin to win. Then the next thing is a new feature of Alia. And to be honest, I'm loving it already. We see some amazing results with it. And it's the scratch off. So it's an interactive scratch off that reveals a reward underneath. So what you can say is try your luck, scratch below to see what you win. So people will scratch over here and then it will reveal the discount that they will get. And a super fun and new way for people to have their first interaction with your brand. And again, this is a new thing. We've been testing it for our own clients. And we've seen some ridiculous results. Like one e-com brand, they were already doing an 11% conversion and now they're at 14% just by the single chains. So there's a massive difference that this brand had with the scratch off. This is how it will look like on desktop, by the way. So people will just basically scratch it with their thumb or with their mouse, of course. And then, this is definitely something to test out for your own brand. Then we have the old school micro commitment. So this is like the way that I always recommended it with the Klaviyo sign-up forms. And don't get me wrong, it still works. You still get a decent sign-up rate. So you can still test it out for your e-com brand. So just a simple thing like, hey, you've got 10% off, or you've got a mystery discount to claim 10% off, or no thanks. Or you ask the question, do you want a mystery discount? So these are also two things that you can test. Again, test it for your own brand. But what I will say, the mini quiz and the scratch off will probably perform better. That's what we see. And of course, you can also decide to completely skip this first step. Not recommended by Alia, not recommended by me, but still it is something worth to test along the way. If your audience maybe responds better if you just completely skip this and just show them the email opt-in immediately. But I would say let's go with the scratch off in this example. Then we hit next. And now at this stage, you have to select what fields you want to collect. So email and phone collection. So choose which fields you'd like to collect from your customers. You have to fill in some legal data over here, like terms of service and privacy policy. And if you hit SMS, you have to select the default country code. As always, I recommend to just first go for email, and then next step you can go with SMS. So that's what you can select in here if you also want to collect SMS or not. And then over here you fill in your legal data. So just fill in with our website for now, and then we hit next. And this is the point where you can show them the offer. So offer a reward to customers who sign up. Now, this is something that there's always a debate on in the email marketing scene. Should you give away the discount on the success page, which this is, or should you send people to the email? So with Alia, you can choose to immediately show the reward, so the discount code, and give them the discount code, and people can hit shop now, which of course it removes all the friction. People can buy immediately. Still, I personally recommend no rewards and just make this a success page where we say you're in, and then later we can also add some text where we say, hey, check out your inbox for the confirmation message with your discount code. If you haven't received it within 5 minutes, check your spam box or your promotions tab. So my preference is always on a success page, don't give away the discount yet. Send people to your first welcome flow email. Again, there's a lot of debate on this subject. It's like 50-50. The reason why I recommend doing it like this is simply because of the fact if you go with the reward option and people already have the code in the pop-up form, there's like zero reason for people to go to their inbox and open your first welcome email. And you might wonder, okay, why is that bad? Well, you're sending a first email to a new email subscriber. If Gmail then sees that the majority of those people are not opening the first email that you sent to them, this sends a super bad signal to Gmail, and they are probably like, okay, this brand is probably spamming their new email subscribers. We should send their emails to the promotions tab, or even worse, to the spam box. I think for your entire email system, this just massively hurts the overall results and your email deliverability. So I prefer that people will open that first email. That just sends a way better signal to Gmail and Outlook, and it definitely helps enhancing your overall email system. Does it create a little bit more friction for people to actually buy from you? Yes, but this is something that we've tested for many of our own clients. Because of course, also with our clients, this is a debate that we often have. We have tested this, and usually like the downside in conversion rate is pretty minimal. And we kind of combat that in the first 72 hours after sign up with the welcome flow that we have. So we don't see like major issues with it, and we only see like upside with it in terms of email deliverability. So again, there's a lot of debate on this. I'm not saying that the other option is like super bad, but I prefer to send people to the welcome flow email that you sent to them. So I'll go with no reward in here, and then we hit next. So this is the step where you select how people will opt in. So this affects whether the code is shown on screen. So you can go with a single opt-in. So show reward info immediately after sign up. This is recommended for Klaviyo, most other providers, or you can go with a double opt-in. So users will receive their reward after opting in. This is recommended for PostScript and Attentive. So then it will say you're in, check your email to receive your discount code. So then they say you must set up a flow/journey with your email provider to send the code to customers when they opt in. So I'm never a big fan of double opt-in in the sense that people have to confirm their email subscription. So I would always go with single opt-in. In this case, we do want to make sure that people will open their welcome email. But double opt-in means that people will receive an email where they have to click on the button to really opt into email marketing. I'm not a big fan of that because it will just massively reduce the amount of new email subscribers that you will be getting. So then if you click next, this is where we set up the triggers. So this is pretty simple. Like with the Klaviyo sign-up forms, I always like to have a time delay between the 4 to 12 seconds and then a 60% scroll and exit intent as well on desktop. So these are all things that we can select in here as well. So you can select the amount of seconds. So I always recommend 4 to 12 seconds. This is something that you should A/B test. So typically we start with an A/B test 4 seconds versus 12 seconds, and then we dial in the exact timing. You can even select if this is only for mobile, only for desktop. So you can make a separation with that. You can also add the scroll depth, 60%, and exit intent. So then on desktop, it will be when the mouse leaves the website. On mobile, it will be when the user scrolls up quickly. Then it will see it as an exit intent. What you could also do is turn on smart triggering. By default, it's turned off, but this is an AI system that works really, really well. So it's a predictive model from Alia that learns the best time to trigger the pop-up based on user behavior. And this will trigger the pop-up once in addition to any basic triggers. So it's in addition to the triggers that you set up in here. I'm a big fan of it. We usually have an A/B test where we turn off smart triggering and where we turn it on, and then we compare the data. Typically what we see is a slightly lower sign-up rate. So the sign-up rate will go down with smart triggering, but the amount of total sign-ups will go up because it will basically show the pop-up form more often based on the AI system. So the sign-up rate will go down slightly, although some clients we see the opposite. But the amount of total sign-ups usually is higher with smart triggering. So I'm a big fan of turning this on. You can even select if this is a mobile or desktop only. So then we can hit finish over here, and there we have it. We set up our own sign-up form in Alia. So what we see over here, first of all, the name of the pop-up. Of course, you can change this. On the left side, you can see all the colors again if you still want to make adjustments. Same for the fonts. You can change some other settings over here, some styling things like the button styles, input styles. So these are all things that you can still adjust. On the right side, you can select all the triggers again if you want to make edits for this. And you can also select if close the trigger pop-up again after 1 day or a month, minute, seconds, year, whatever. You can select that. And you can also say don't trigger if another pop-up is viewed in the last 15 seconds or whatever. If you have like multiple pop-ups, this is like a good thing to select. So these are some settings that you can do. Then over here, you have the integration settings and also the embed settings over here. And then in the middle part, this is where you will have the preview of your current sign-up form. So on the left side, you see the teaser or the floating button as Alia is calling it. This is step 1, which in this case is the scratch off. And then on the right side, we have step 2, which is the email opt-in. So over here, you can see all the steps as well. So scratch off, email, and then of course we also have the reward. Good to know. You can also hit play animations because it will show it in a nice animated way, as you can see. So you can see how it will look like for the end user. And what you can select in here is how it will look on different devices. So you can see how it will look on iPhone 15, how it will look like on a 4K desktop. So you can make sure that it looks all well on every device basically. So that's of course also a super important thing to check so it looks great on every single device. Then finally, what you can do in the top right corner, you can see the preview button. If you click this, it will open your website and it will show the pop-up. So you can again see how it will look like for the end user. So these are some nice additions compared to the Klaviyo sign-up form where you don't have like these in-depth preview options. So that's another nice thing with Alia. And then once you've built it, when you go to campaigns, you will see the campaign that we've just built. And then again, over here, you can adjust the targeting, duplicate campaigns, archive campaigns, stuff like that. And you can just simply toggle this to publish the pop-up on your website. Good to know on this page, you'll see a couple of options in here as well. So we have theme. Over here, you can adjust the overall branding of your store. So you can utilize that for every single pop-up that you're making. So that's always useful to first set up. We have targeting rules. So this is important as well. So you can make targeting rules for returning visitors and for new visitors. So for example, new visitors, not in returning visitors, and hasn't signed up for email and hasn't signed up for SMS. So this is usually what you want to use for your sign-up form. And then over here, you can select like different rules and targeting. If you just go through the step-by-step walkthrough that I just did, this will all be set up correctly. And then we have returning visitors, so has signed up for email or has signed up for SMS or identified by any cookie. So sometimes you want to create a pop-up for people who are already signed up so you can collect more zero-party data. Or let's say you have someone on your email list, but now you want them to join your SMS list. You can create a separate pop-up form for them as well. So these are the targeting rules that you can set up. Then you have pop-ups. So you can view a list of all the pop-ups that you have. So in this case, there's only one, of course. We have rewards. So you can create the rewards, so the discounts for the people. So if you hit create, you can create a static code, a unique code, or something custom like a giveaway. So that's how you can do that. So a static code. You can just search from the Shopify discount codes that you made, or you can create a unique code over here, so free shipping or a discount, or you can go with custom. So that's what you can do at the rewards section. And then finally, we have education. So if you click on that, you can hit create. And what you can do with Alia is create like multiple steps where you educate the new email subscribers with information about your brand. We typically want to do that with the welcome flow, but still Alia offers that option. Again, this is something that you can test out for your own brand. I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest, so that's why I'm not going to cover it too much in this video. Now, finally, to wrap up this video, there's one last thing that I want to show you, and that's smart testing. So what you will see once you created this pop-up, you have this button over here which says create smart test. When you click on this, this will build a smart test. So this is an AI system from Alia that will continuously test different things in your sign-up form. So there's a test pack over here, which is called Optimization Essentials. So it's our recommended suite of high impact tests. Super nice if you're an e-commerce brand who doesn't want to invest a lot of time into their list growth and they just want to have A/B testing running automatically for them on the background. So then this is like super nice. But you can also select like manual tests over here, like testing the trigger delay, testing the header and button copy, custom content, remove the mobile images, the X button position, X button delay, all these different steps or tests. You can just select them and then Alia will run the test. But especially this test pack, testing the essentials, is super nice. So if we select this, we hit next, and then it will say smart trigger if you want to test this. So we hit continue because we already turned on smart triggering. Then you can do a test for the header button copy. So by the way, the first test, what it recommends is testing smart trigger versus not using the smart trigger. So that's the first test that they recommend. The next step is the header button copy. So choose which offer copy variants you like to test. So the explicit offer, so 10% off, 50% off, whatever, versus you've got a mystery discount, versus you've got an exclusive offer, versus you've got a special offer. So if you recommend, if your discount amount is 10% or less, we recommend testing copy like mystery discount or exclusive discount. That's what Alia is saying. You can also have some advanced options over here that you want to test. Typically, what I would say, everything less than 20% off the mystery discount is working better. So I always recommend the mystery discount angle. So especially if your discount is like 50% off or less. And with this A/B test, it will actually test it for you and show you the data. Because of course, I can say this to you, but it's always best to let the data show you. Then you can just skip this test altogether, or you can hit next after I selected that I want to test it versus the mystery discount. And as you can see, now it generated like the complete A/B test for the mystery discount. So now we got the variant with the mystery discount fully done by Alia. I haven't touched it. Then we hit continue. And then the next test would be testing different variants of the first step. So the micro commitment, the scratch off, the mini quiz, those are all things that you can test. And if you hit continue, then Alia is going to set up that test, and then you can check it, adjust it when necessary, and it will go through all these tests that's gonna test for you. So I'm not gonna go through this right now because kind of self-explanatory. But the beauty of this is that Alia will now go through every A/B test automatically. It will run the tests. When the results are significant, it will end the test and continue with the winner and move on to the next test without you having to do anything. It's all automatically with this AI system. And again, that's super nice if you don't have a lot of time to invest and you don't want to set up the test yourself. Then this is like a super awesome thing with Alia. So there we have it. So this is Alia. So why I'm a big fan of Alia is, first of all, just the way the pop-up forms look, the possibilities that you have with the first step, with the scratch off, with the mini quizzes. It's a lot more of an engaging way to connect with your website traffic. And in the end, it results in a much higher sign-up rate. That's the end goal. With a Klaviyo sign-up form, it's great that you can be in that 6 to 12% region. With Alia, we've seen results that go up to 20% sign-up rates. So the sign-up rates with Alia are much higher because of these smart triggering options and because of these scratch off quizzes options and just the full screen experience. The sign-up rate is just much higher. And that's why I'm a big fan of Alia, and the added bonus that they have, like the automated A/B testing, the smart testing. And I think for a lot of e-com brands, that's super useful. So again, I'm a big fan of Alia, and you should definitely try it out. You now have two solid options for growing your email list faster. But here's the thing. A high sign-up rate only matters if what comes next actually converts those new email subscribers into buyers. Because the moment someone joins your email list, the clock starts. They are at peak interest right now. And if your first few emails are weak, that window closes fast. So next up, let's build the welcome flow, which is the single most important automation in your entire Klaviyo account. So before we get into the exact welcome series flow structure that I would recommend, let's first discuss why the welcome series flow matters more than ever in 2026. Because most e-com brands, they are overpaying for their traffic and under-monetizing it. So they spend aggressively on meta ads, on Google, TikTok, influencers, affiliates, landing pages, just to get people to their website. And then they just let those people leave without nothing but just a pixel hit. And that is expensive, if you may know, as an e-commerce brand owner. And worse, it creates a fragile business model where growth depends on buying even more traffic every month just to maintain the same result. And the welcome series flow is one of the fastest ways to reduce that pressure for every e-com brand. It monetizes the exact people you already paid for to attract. So this is the key shift. Your welcome series flow is not just a brand introduction sequence, it's a conversion system. So if someone signs up, that means there is some intent. Maybe not full buying intent yet, but enough curiosity, enough interest, and enough awareness to take an action for them. And that window, it closes fast. So the first 72 hours after a sign up matters the most for every e-com brand. And this is where almost all of the welcome flow revenue happens. So in account after account, when we look at the analytics, the overwhelming majority of the welcome flow revenue is generated inside the first 3 days after someone is signing up. As you can see on this screenshot, what you see in here is the conversion by days from subscription. And as you can see, by far the highest number of conversion is on day 0. So the first day that someone is signing up for your newsletter. And after that, it quickly goes down. And after 3 days, usually there's only a bare minimum amount of revenue that you could still generate with your welcome flow. So again, this just shows you that the first 72 hours after sign up matters the most, because the reason is quite simple. The momentum is the highest at the moment that people or someone is signing up, because they just discovered your brand. They just gave you their email. They're still comparing options and they're still considering whether to buy from you or from one of your competitors. So if they do not buy within the first 72 hours, the odds of conversion drop hard. And at that point, one of two things usually happen. So either they bought from someone else, from one of your competitors, or they just lost momentum and they just moved on and they're not interested in your product anymore. So that means that the old approach of building a very stretched out welcome flow over 10, 14, or 21 days is often inefficient. And I see this go wrong all the time with like super long welcome flows just to build like a relationship with this new email subscriber. But the reality is just simply different. You do not want a slow drip. You want a front-loaded sequence that takes full advantage of the fresh intent you just have. So that's what this guide is built around. Before we go to the next part, just a quick side note. I have a free email marketing course on my website that breaks down all these exact systems in a lot more detail. It's completely free and it cuts out all the fluff. So if you want access, check out the link in the description below. And yes, it also contains this doc that I'm sharing with you right now in this video. All right, let's keep it going. So the real problem e-commerce brands are facing, most brands do not have a traffic problem. They have a monetization problem. So they are paying to generate clicks, sessions, signups, but they do not have the backend system strong enough to convert those signups quickly. And that creates 3 problems for e-commerce brands. So the first problem is that the blended CAC keeps rising because too much traffic leaks out of the funnel without converting. Second, email gets blamed unfairly because people look at the top line email revenue instead of asking whether the welcome series is actually capturing first-time buying intent. And third, brands become too dependent on retargeting ads to recover the people they already paid for once. And that is just bad margin math. So a strong welcome series reduces that dependency. It improves the first-time buyer conversion, it improves the payback speed, and it improves the economics of acquisition. And it builds trust at the exact moment people are deciding whether you are worth buying from, because that's often the issue. People, they need to have some trust in your brand to decide if you're worth buying from. So what the welcome series is actually supposed to do. So the welcome series flow is not there to just nurture people for weeks. Don't do that. Its job is quite simple, just to turn new email subscribers into customers as fast as possible and otherwise give hesitant buyers enough trust to buy from you later. So that means your welcome series flow needs to do 3 things well. Deliver the offer you promised them in the sign-up form, build confidence to buy from you right now, and guide people towards the right product. That's the only thing. That's it. So if your welcome flow is too brand heavy, too story heavy, or just simply too slow, you're wasting the moment of the highest intent. So the first email usually generates the most revenue because people, they just want the offer they signed up for. So that's completely normal. Email 1 is getting the vast majority of your revenue, but the emails after that are what separate mediocre welcome series flows from the strong ones. So that's really what we want to focus on. Because once the first email is sent, the strategy simply changes. You're not just delivering the offer, you're building conviction. And that conviction can come from social proof, it can come from brand credibility, product education, objection handling, USPs, category guidance, bestsellers, founder credibility, urgency. And of course, you don't need every angle in every Klaviyo account or every welcome flow, but you do need a sequence that increases confidence quickly, just to make sure that people will buy from you as soon as possible. Now, with that being said, let's get into the recommended Klaviyo welcome series flow structure that I would recommend for e-commerce brands in 2020. So this is the structure that I recommend. So first of all, the flow trigger is, of course, when someone is added to your main list. Oftentimes that's the list newsletter. Flow filters, placed orders 0 times, overall time. So we want to make sure that only people who've never done a purchase at your store will receive this welcome series flow. We don't want people to resubscribe again and then they receive your welcome discount again. So the structure that we recommend is a first email that we send immediately after sign up. Then we send a second email on the same day, 8 hours later, which is a reminder. 16 hours later, email 2, and then we send daily emails up until email 6. So before we dive into the exact structure and what I would recommend for each email, let me show you how to create this flow inside Klaviyo. So we're in one of our demo accounts of Klaviyo. So what we'll do in the left menu, we're going to flows, and then in the top right corner, we click on create flow. And then if you just search for welcome, we can see that Klaviyo has some default flows on their own. So for example, we see this one, which is an SMS flow. So we're not going to focus on that right now. But if we click on this one, you can see this is the email flow. So if we click on this one, this is a version where they have a version for returning customers and non-buyers. But let's take this one as a base just to add it. For the trigger, make sure to select the right list. In this case, it's the newsletter list. So we're going to hit use template, and then we're just going to tweak it to make sure it follows the right filters and time delays. So first, the filters. So re-entry criteria. We do not want people to re-enter, of course. They can just enter the welcome series once, and then after that, they cannot re-enter it again. Profile filters. So we want to add a profile filter, which is going to say what someone has done, has placed order 0 times, overall time. Again, this is to make sure that if someone already has done a purchase before and for some reason they still got the sign up form and they try to subscribe, that they won't receive the actual flow with the discount. So we're going to hit save, and now we're going to build the actual flow. So what we're going to do, we're going to remove the existing customer version. So we're going to hit the 3 dots, hit delete. We're going to move this on top of here, and then we can remove this conditional split because we're not going to use that. And then we're just going to delete both parts. There we go. Then we have email 1A. That's how I like to call it. And then instead of waiting 3 days, like Klaviyo is recommending with the default flow, we just want to wait 8 hours. And then we want to send email 1B, which is a plain text email. Email 1A, of course, is going to give the discount code that you promised them in the sign-up form. Now, after email 1B, and again, I'm going to go more in depth on these emails a bit later. After email 1B, we want to add a time delay of 16 hours. So then in total, we're 24 hours in. And then we want to make sure that we send email number 2. One thing to keep in mind, make sure to turn off smart sending and to turn on UTM tracking. Smart sending, if you turn it on, it will basically skip anyone who received an email from you within the last 16 hours. And you can change the time frame. So instead of 16 hours, you can make it 12 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, whatever. But typically for flows, you always want to turn off smart sending because flows are based on triggers. So it is important that people receive those emails. So always turn off smart sending for flows. For campaigns, you should turn it on. So that's important to keep in mind. So we have to adjust that over here as well. And for email 1A, already turned off. Great. So then we have email 2 up here. Then we want to add 1 day later, we want to add email 3. Then we want to add another time delay of 1 day for email 4. Turn off smart sending, turn on UTM tracking. Then again, 1 day later, email 5. And then 1 day later, email 6. So a pretty basic setup, to be honest. But as you can see, we front load the sequence with 2 emails on day 1. So we make use of that momentum on the first day. So with that being said, let's get into the specifics of this structure and what every email should include. So email 1A. So this is, of course, the most important email in the entire welcome flow. The subscriber, they just signed up because they wanted something, the discount code that you promised them in your sign-up form. So oftentimes you will say, hey, do you want 10% off your first order or do you want a mystery discount? People sign up. They only want one thing. They don't want the latest and greatest news on your brand. No, they just want the discount code. So give it to them immediately. Do not bury the discount codes. Do not make them work for it. Do not overcomplicate the hero section. What this email needs to do is just deliver the promise incentive clearly, show the most logical products to buy first, really important, and reduce friction with trust builders and risk reversals. So what needs to be inside? First of all, a strong above the fold section with the offer, the discount code, and one-click call to action. And if you don't know, the above the fold section, that's the first thing that people see when they open your email, whether that's on mobile or on desktop. So without having to scroll, what do they see? That's the above the fold section. And that part should already include your offer, your discount code, and a call to action button. Why? Because the vast majority of the people, 90 to 99% of people, only see your above the fold section and then just skip out on your email. So that's why you want to make sure that you maximize that area. Then after that, you want to show like 1 to 3 bestsellers or a start here selection, basically. So guide them towards a specific product or category. And when applicable, you can show trust builders such as reviews, press mentions, expert endorsements, social proof, and of course also things like risk reversals such as free shipping, free returns, a guarantee that you might have, some warranty that you might have, or a free trial. To show an example, this is a welcome flow email that we made for Crib of Art. So the above the fold section, super simple. Welcome to Crib of Art, 10% off your first order, use code shop 10% off. It's not super fancy, but it gets the job done. It's super easy for people to understand what this is, and people can just buy straight away from this email. Then if you scroll down, then we have a small introduction on the brand. We remind them of the discount code again, and we send them towards a specific collection. And we even highlight bestsellers, canvas editions, and some new arrivals over here, and some XL paintings. And then again, the bottom of the email in this case, we remind them again of the discount and discount code with a CTA. So super easy, super minimalistic, especially for this brand, but it gets the job done and the conversion is just crazy. Now, email 1B. So if someone signs up today, you should not wait 24 hours to follow up. And that's why we send email 1B 8 hours after email 1A, because the momentum is the highest on day 0, as I showed you before with the graph. So the second email on the same day often drives a surprising amount of incremental revenue. Trust me, you've tested this many times before, and the results are just insane. And to be honest, it's not that weird. And it's also not too much. And I know this is a concern e-commerce brands often have, but we're just simply taking advantage of the highest intent moment in the entire welcome flow. So the angle of this email is just a simple, plain text, founder style reminder. So short, direct, and human. So something like, hey, just making sure you saw your code. And then just point them back towards your bestsellers, your bundles, your top categories, or just the most logical first purchase that someone can do. So what needs to be inside? plain text founder style message, a reminder on the discount code, 1 or 2 simple product or category references, and a direct CTA to your site. So this email just works because it feels personal and intimate. In 2026, as I explained many times before in my previous videos, conversational emails, they continue to perform well because your inbox, Gmail, Outlook, etc., they reward engagement and human feeling content. And that's why this plain text email just works really well. No email example in here because it's just a plain text email. So based on this information, you probably get a sense of how this email should look like. Then we get into email 2. And this is where you start increasing the confidence at the sides of your new email subscriber. So we do not want to do this with fluff or with brand poetry, but we want to do this with substance. So who are you? Why should someone trust you? What makes your brand worth buying from you over the alternatives that they're looking at right now? So for some brands, this can be a founder story. For others, it's their mission statement, quality standards, ingredients, sourcing, craftsmanship, or a product philosophy. So it really depends on the niche and brand that you are. What needs to be inside? Of course, a reminder of the welcome discount, a clear trust-building narrative, a brand backstory or mission if it actually matters, some founder presence if credible and relevant, and a clear CTA. So just a strategic note for this one, do not make this email too long. I see this go wrong all the time with like big paragraphs of text. Don't make it too long. The goal is not to tell your entire life story. The goal is to reduce uncertainty and to increase the belief in your brand. So just an example for a brand called Franny and Zoe. So we say, meet the human behind the cats. Hi, I'm Casper, the founder of Franny and Zoe. So a quick introduction on this person, a picture of the founder with an image of a cat. That always works if you show a pet in your emails. And we remind them of the discount code in here. So a super short, personal, founder-led email from the founder in this case with a reminder on the discount. Super easy, super simple, but it just works really well. So email 3. A lot of your email subscribers do not buy from you because they're feeling overwhelmed. They do not know what they should buy from you, basically. So that's why this email is super important, because you want to guide them towards their first purchase. So do not assume that people know what to do with the discount code you gave to them. You have to tell them. So what needs to be inside this email? 1 to 3 bestsellers or best collections, a simple benefit-led product positioning, clear expectations of why these are the best starting points, and of course a reminder on their welcome gift. So make sure that you talk about benefits, not just about features, because people do not care about the product specs first. They want to know what the benefit for them is. They only care about the outcomes. So an example of an email that we made for Cirker. So a top bar with a reminder on the discount code. And then in the email itself, another reminder on their welcome gift. And then we say, hey, go further for longer with these bestsellers. And then remind them of the energy bars, energy gels, and the drink powders. So we say, hey, 50 grams of plant-based carbs to keep you moving. That's the benefit. Fast energy with dual carbs for quick absorption, and hydration and endurance fuel in one. So just 3 bestsellers that we highlight in this email. Super simple. Show the bestsellers, explain why people need it, and remind them of the discount that you gave them in email 1, which leads to email 4. So by this point, if they still have not bought from your brand, it usually comes down to friction. They're hesitating. So now you answer the question they've not asked you directly. So why should they buy from you instead of one of your competitors? Why is the price justified to buy from you? Why should they trust the quality of your brand? Why should they act now? So what needs to be inside email 4? Your core brand USPs, the product or category level differentiators, objection handling, and of course, again, a discount reminder with, in this case, real urgency. So a clear deadline if applicable. Example over here for a brand called Empower Nutrition. So again, we have the top bar with a reminder on the discount code. And then the email itself, we have, hey, the difference is what's inside. Hint, only the cleanest ingredients. And then in the email itself, we explain why people should buy from this supplement brand and not just from another random supplement brand. Because of course, there's a lot of competition in this market. And we just explain what the benefits are of using these products. And we remind them of the discount code and we add some urgency to it. So hurry, this code expires in 48 hours. what you will notice with the welcome discounts codes that we use, we not just use welcome 10 in this case, but we or use unique discount codes, or we use static codes that look like unique codes. So when we do use urgency, it not looks like fake urgency, because everyone knows welcome 10 is not gonna expire. So that's important to keep in mind. And then we end it with a review as well over here. Now let's get into email 5, and this is going to be a straightforward email. So we want to use urgency to push for that first time purchase. So we want to communicate a deadline and show some social proof to make them feel comfortable buying from you. So what needs to be inside this email? A clear urgency deadline. So if in the previous email you used 48 hours left, then of course in this email you say 24 hours left. If you said, or you haven't communicated a deadline in a previous email, you can now use 48 hours left. And it depends on the strategy that you're going with. And then just enter in like 1 to 3 good reviews to support the email. And what I mean with good reviews, oftentimes I see just some generic reviews in the emails. They just say like, hey, great product. But you really want to use reviews when possible, of course, that highlight a specific pain point, an objection, or something that, really grabs the attention from people and makes people feel recognized. Like, hey, this is me. And now this person is using a product and see the benefits of it. So really try to find some good reviews. And you can better use 1 good review than 3 just some generic reviews. Email 6. This is the close. By now, the goal is simple. We're going to give them one final reason to act. So what needs to be inside this email? A final reminder of the offer, some strong urgency. Again, you can use some reviews or authority signals or risk reversals, whatever fits your brand best and what's the strongest angle. This is also something that you should A/B test and highlight what to buy. And this email can work very well either as a designed email or as a plain text email. You basically want to test both and see what works best for your brand. So typically, if you do the previous email with like a 48-hour deadline, and in this email, you can use a 24-hour deadline in the plain text format, for example, and test it versus a designed version as well. What you can also do, if email 4 was 48 hours left, email 5 is 24 hours left. Email 6 can be an extended sale. That's like an angle that we use often. And then you send it out as a plain text email from the founder saying, hey, we've extended your welcome discount for another 24 hours, but act fast. And that angle works super well. So there are like multiple routes that you can take depending on your brand and the results that you're getting. So the real 2026 strategy is to front load the welcome flow. So if you take one thing from this video, let it be this. Do not spread your best persuasion across 2 weeks. So the best opportunity is within the first 72 hours after someone has signed up. This is where the attention is highest. The brand recall is the highest. The buying intent is the strongest. And the competitive evaluation is happening in real time. So this is where your welcome series flow has the most leverage. So structure your flow around speed rather than spreading it across 2-3 weeks. And then a final tip, and that's to add more emails. So should you cap your welcome series flow at just those 7 emails? Absolutely not, because a smart strategy for driving additional revenue is to integrate your top performing evergreen email campaigns into your welcome series flow. So you just want to take a look at the past campaigns that you've sent and identify which campaigns generated the best results for your brand, and check if these campaigns are like evergreen campaigns, which means that they're relevant all year long and you can use them all year long. And then if it worked as a campaign, just add them to your welcome flow and then they should generate some additional revenue afterwards as well. So that's a quick hack to squeeze out the most outside of your welcome flow. And of course, again, the momentum is in the first 72 hours. So do not expect like crazy returns on this, but it is an easy way to add some additional revenue if you had some high performing campaigns before. So evergreen campaigns, it can be how-tos, it can be blog promotions, reviews, user generated content, myth emails, product highlights, subscription promos, bundles, gift guides, educational emails. So all these types of campaigns, those are like evergreen campaigns that you can add to your welcome series flow if they performed strongly as an email campaign. And that's how you create a high converting welcome series flow inside Klaviyo in 2026. So now that we've covered the welcome flow, we've handled the first big job of email, turning new email subscribers into first-time buyers. But here's the problem. Not everyone who shows interest joins your list at the perfect moment and buys right away. A lot of email subscribers will look around, check a product or two, and maybe even show strong intent, and then they just disappear. And that's where the next flow becomes incredibly important, because this is the bridge between casual interest and real buying intent. So next up, let's talk about the browse abandonment flow and how to follow up with people who are clearly interested without sending emails that feel generic or desperate. So first of all, what is the browse abandonment flow, in case you don't know yet? So it's automated email sequence sent to visitors who checked out a product. So they've been on one of your product pages, but they didn't add the product to their cart. So it's like saying, hey, we saw you were interested. Here's a reminder. So what it does, it brings back visitors to the product that they've browsed. It tackles the hesitations by highlighting the benefits or reviews. It suggests complementary items to spark more interest, and it boosts your revenue by converting browsers into buyers. So in short, it's basically your secret weapon for turning Windows shoppers into paying customers. And if you're not using it, you're missing out on the easy wins. And why this flow is even more important than you think, basically because most brands, they obsess over the cart abandonment flow. But here's the uncomfortable truth. So by the time someone adds a product to their cart, they already have a strong intent. The real leverage is earlier in the customer journey. So when someone views a product page and then leaves, they're not cold. They're just comparing, they're evaluating, they're thinking. And if you don't follow up, they'll buy from one of your competitors, because that's typically what we see. When they're watching your product page, at the same time, they have 3 other tabs with the same product, but then from your competitors. So the browse abandonment flow is how you stay in the decision process. And not with desperation, of course, not with instant discounts, but with controlled persuasion. So for brands that care about margin, LTV, and structural growth, this flow matters more than people often realize. So the strategic role of the browse abandonment flow, again, let's be clear about intent levels. The browse abandonment flow, it's not the same as the cart abandonment flow. Browse abandonment visitors, they've viewed the product page, they did not add it to their cart. They're often comparing alternatives, and they are in evaluation mode. So it's mid-funnel psychology, and that changes everything. You're not recovering a lost sale yet. You're influencing a buying decision. That's a whole different game. So that means that trust matters even more than urgency. Objection handling matters more than giving away a discount, and positioning matters more than a promotion. And most brands get this wrong. They just treat that browse abandonment flow like a weak cart abandonment flow, and it's just not the same. It's a trust building mechanism. So that's important to keep in mind. And before we go to the next point, I just wanted to mention I have a free email marketing course on my website that breaks down all the exact systems in more detail. It's completely free and cuts out all the fluff. So if you want to access it, check out the link in the description below. So how to structure a good, high converting browse abandonment flow in 2026. So of course, first of all, the flow trigger, it's a viewed product. We have a couple of flow filters. So placed order 0 times in starting this flow, checkout started 0 times in starting this flow, added to cart 0 times in starting this flow, and has not been in the flow in the last 30 days to have like a cooldown period. Then for the structure itself, we typically recommend a 4-part sequence where email 1 is just a simple reminder. Email 2 is the email where we're going to build that trust with your audience. And then email 3 and 4 is where we give away a discount. So we're not going to give away a discount in email 1 yet. We first want to convince them in other ways before we give away a discount. Now let me show you how you can build this flow inside your Klaviyo account. So we're here in one of our demo accounts, and what we're going to do in the left menu, we're going to close. Then in the top right corner, we hit create flow and then start with the essentials. You can already see a browse abandonment flow over here. So we're going to open this. We're going to call this browse abandonment demo flow, and we're gonna use template. Then first we're gonna set up all the flow filters. So allow re-entry after time period, so 30 days, that's all good. Profile filters, so checkout started 0 times in starting this flow, place order 0 times in starting this flow. And then I also like to include added to cart. So this Klaviyo account, this demo account is not linked to a Shopify store, so I don't have the Shopify add to cart trigger. If you use the Shopify store, make sure to use the Shopify add to cart trigger, not the API added to cart. Super important. And then we're going to hit 0 times since starting this flow and hit save. And then we have all the correct filters in place. Then the actual flow. So by default, Klaviyo recommends to wait 2 hours. I like to always A/B test anywhere between 30, 45 minutes up to 2 hours. For demo purposes, let's keep this at 1 hour. Basically, the closer people are towards their approaches, the sooner you want to email them. So with a site abandonment flow, it's anywhere between 2 to 4 hours. Browser abandonment is already a bit shorter. Cart abandonment flow even shorter. Check cart abandonment flow, you can even send it after 15 minutes. So you really want to close that gap. But with the browser abandonment flow, anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours is like a good starting point. Then we have email 1 over here. Gonna add another time delay after 1 day. Then we're gonna clone this and make email 2. This is email 2. Then we're gonna clone this one for another time delay and add email 3. And then another time delay for email 4 as well. There we go. And what you wanna have in every email is a dynamic product block. So the way you can make this, we just gonna, in this case, we use like Klaviyo's default template. So if you're gonna go to the template and hit edit inside the template editor. So this is like the default template that we have from Klaviyo. So we already have the dynamic product block and this just works. So what I like to do is take this dynamic product block and just save it as universal content and call this dynamic product block browse abandonment flow. So we just take like Klaviyo's email flow, go to email 1, we save it as universal content, and then you can like edit it along the way to make it match your branding. That's just the easiest way rather than setting it up from scratch. This saves you like a lot of time. So now let's get into the flow itself. So what you might have seen is that we just use a simple structure with 4 emails and there's no split between non-buyers and returning customers. And we do that on purpose because I always recommend with the browser abandonment flow to not split between new and returning buyers in most cases, because this is where the browser abandonment flow is different from a cart abandonment flow where I do recommend to split between returning customers and non-buyers. Because in a cart abandonment flow, the intent is high. They added a product to their cart, so they were close. So splitting between first-time buyers and returning customers makes sense over there. But the browser abandonment flow is different. These people are window shoppers. Their buying intent is low, as I mentioned before. They're comparing, they're evaluating the alternatives. They're probably also looking at your competitors. And because of that, we generally do not recommend splitting between returning customers and non-buyers because even returning customers, they are in comparison mode. That they bought from you before doesn't mean that they're going to buy from you again. They're probably unsure again if they should buy from you again, especially if that first experience was not like top notch. So for the browser abandonment, it's usually beneficial to offer a small incentive in the escalation stage or guide them towards a subscription option if applicable, or offer like a bundle angle, or present like a compelling reason to act now, even for returning customers. So the goal here is to convert low intent into action and not to protect your loyalty perception. Now, there is one exception. So if your margins are extremely tight, and I know there are like niches, e-com brands out there who do have like super tight margins, then if you absolutely cannot afford an offer to offer an incentive to returning buyers, then you can consider a conditional split. But for most e-com brands who are doing serious volume, in all honesty, I think the incremental revenue from the converting browser abandonment traffic just outweighs the marginal discount cost, especially because these people were not high intent to begin with. So email 1 is just going to be a simple reminder. So timing matters. So we want to send this while they still remember you. So again, anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours after viewing the product on your website. Email itself should not be aggressive, so it's not sales heavy. It just simply says, hey, you are looking at this, are you still interested? And this email alone will probably already recover like a good percentage of high intent browsers who simply got distracted. So with this email, you're only going to capture like the high intent browsers. So what needs to be inside? A dynamic product block that shows the product that they viewed, a Klaviyo product feed that recommends 4 other products based on the product that they viewed, and some social proof, so reviews, user-generated content, etc. So an example over here, so still thinking about it, return to store now. So above the vault section with a clear headline and call to action, some body copy with the dynamic product block, another call to action, and then you might like these based on like the product that they added to the cart. And that's it. Super easy, super simple. Another example is from Giorgio. So don't let this delicious moment pass. So this is a visual email. We show the product that they've watched with a call to action, and then we show some user-generated content / reviews over here to convince people to return to the store and buy these delicious biscottis. So that's also an angle that you can use. Then email 2, that's where we really want to build trust. So if they didn't convert after email 1, there is probably some hesitation, which is completely normal in the browser abandonment flow. So this email should focus on removing that friction and not by adding pressure. So think like a buyer. If someone is comparing, they're probably wondering like, is this worth the price? Is this legit? What if it doesn't fit or work or last? Is there a better alternative? So your job here is not to sell harder. It's to reduce the uncertainty that this potential buyer has. And this is especially critical for higher AOV brands because they need like a lot more convincing. So what needs to be inside? First of all, your risk reversals, any guarantees, trials, free shipping, free returns, etc. Any risk reversals that you have, you want to show them inside this email. And if you don't have any strong risk reversals, you just want to focus on social proof and of course a dynamic product block to guide them back to the product that they viewed. So an example over here from Smoko. So feeling on the fence with some risk reversals and social proof over here. We show them the product they viewed with some call to action buttons around it. And then we say, hey, your order is 100% risk free with 3 more in-depth reasons why people should buy from this brand. Another example from Apparel Outpost. So still thinking about this one, fair. Again, a high dynamic product block, a CTA, and then we give them a really solid reason to buy because every tea they buy feeds 5 rescue dogs. And let's be honest, if you receive such an email, you would buy immediately, right? If your order feeds 5 rescue dogs. I mean, that's like a no-brainer. So a super simple but high converting email for this brand, even with an added review over here. Then email 3, by the time someone receives email 3, we need to be realistic. So they viewed the product, they ignored the reminder, they didn't convert after the trust building and the risk reversals. So this is not forgetfulness anymore. This is just simple hesitation. They don't know if they should buy from your store. And hesitation usually falls into one of 3 categories. So it's price sensitivity, it's comparison shopping, or I'll buy later procrastination. So email 3 is where we escalate, but intelligently. So the goal is to turn low intent into decision momentum. And you have 2 strong options over here. So option 1 is a time sensitive incentive. So we want to introduce a small incentive with a clear expiration date. So keep it at 48-hour discount. Just a simple email, clean design, 1 clear call to action. So we don't want to overcomplicate this because this is not about training your audience to wait for discounts. It's about converting the mid-funnel traffic that likely wouldn't convert otherwise. So if your margins are healthy, this is usually worth it for most e-com brands. The second option is to push for a subscription model if you have it, or a bundle push. So if you have replenishable products, subscriptions, or bundles, this is an ideal moment to push them. So instead of discounting the one-time purchase, you want to position it as subscribe and save 10%, a bundle and save more, a starter kit discount, something like that. So this protects your margins while still giving them a reason to buy from you right now. So what needs to be inside? So a discount with a 48-hour deadline, or a subscription / bundle push when applicable. So you show them a dynamic product block again, and optionally you can show them product recommendations with the Klaviyo product feed. So show 4 other products that might be interesting to them as well. So an example from Sealy. So 10% off just for you, save 10% now. So with some body copy, the code over here, and then the dynamic product block and play now. So super easy, super simple. Another example from Lost Interiors. Enjoy 10% off today. Use code, shop 10% off. Bring it home today with the dynamic product block and a call to action. And you might like these as well with 3 recommended products in this case, and a reminder of the discount code once again. And then a call to action. And then in the footer bar for this brand, since it's a furniture store, we even highlight that they have a physical store to build that trust once again. So that's how you do email 3. Then we have email 4, so the last chance for the discount. So this is your last escalation, and this is where most brands overdo it. So instead of more banners, more urgency graphics, and more noise, we simplify. So we just want to send a plain text email from the founder. So short, direct, and it has to sound like a UN. So because at this stage, like heavy design screams automation and plain text just feels personal. So we want to remind them of the discount code that you gave them in the previous email. We want to have some urgency, so only 24 hours left, and make it a plain text email from the founder or another team member from your team. Super simple example. Hi name, founder name here. Just a quick note to remind you that your exclusive X% off expires tonight at midnight. CTA, thanks again for checking our brand name and I hope to see you back soon. Super short, super easy, super personal. That's it. It's as simple as that. So just a strategic reminder, we do not split browse abandonment between new versus returning buyers in most cases because again, browse abandonment is low intent. So even returning customers are comparison shopping. So the friction here is not loyalty, it's decision making. So unless your margins are extremely tight, running the same escalation logic for everyone usually drives more incremental profit. So just a reminder on that, I wouldn't recommend splitting this flow. But this is like the highest converting browse abandonment structure that you can use for your e-com store in 2026. The browse abandonment is powerful because it lets you re-engage people before they fully drop off. But there's one stage of the customer journey where intent gets even stronger than that. And this is where a lot of e-com stores quietly lose the easiest revenue that they could be making. Because once someone adds a product to the cart, they're no longer just curious. They're seriously considering buying from you. Which means your follow-up here has to be sharper, more specific, and a lot more intentional. So now let's move into the abandoned cart and abandoned checkout flow and how to build these flows that recover the people that were almost ready to buy from you. So this is the structure that in general I recommend for e-commerce brands. So the flow trigger, first of all, is of course added to cart or checkout started, as I explained. There are some flow filters that you should set up. So place order 0 times in starting this flow, checkout started 0 times in starting this flow, which is only for the cart abandonment flow, by the way, and has not been in the flow in the last 30 days. So the general flow that I recommend, email 1, is just going to be a simple reminder. So did you forgot something? We show the product that they added to their cart and we show them some risk reversals. 1 day later, we sent email 2, so a personal check-in, which is just a simple plain text email from the founder. This works super well, and it just needs to be like a casual reminder, like should feel like a one-to-one email from the actual founder. So not salesy in any kind of way. Email 3 is going to be more of objection handling. So highlight the benefits of your brand and the product, show dynamic product blocking again, and give people a reason why they should buy from you and not from one of your competitors. After that, we want to make a split between non-buyers and returning customers. Because what I see go wrong all the time is that e-com brands are giving the same discount to returning customers as that they were giving to non-buyers. While returning customers, they already know and trust your brand. They already bought from you. So they don't need a discount to convince them to buy from you. Oftentimes they're just distracted. So I'm always a big fan of making a split between non-buyers and returning customers, where the non-buyers, since they don't know you that well, a financial nudge can definitely help them. So give them a discount. So we sent 2 emails to them. First, the opener, discount opener with a 48-hour deadline. And then 1 day later, the final discount reminder with a deadline of 24 hours. And this can be a plain text email from the founder again. For returning customers, I just want to have 1 email, a plain text check-in from the founder where you just offer support. Again, those are like returning customers, so they don't need a discount. But if you're like, okay, my e-com brand has like solid margins, I'm okay with giving away a discount to returning customers as well. Optionally, you can still offer them discounts, but I would always recommend to at least give them like a smaller discount. So let's say you give 50% off to your non-buyers. For returning customers, you can give 5 or 10%. And if you do give a discount, of course, 1 day later, I would follow up with them with like a final discount reminder. So this is like the general structure that I recommend. Now let's dive into a demo account, Klaviyo account, and show you how to set it up yourself. So we're in one of our demo accounts. So what you're going to do in your Klaviyo account, in the left menu, you're going to flows. And then in the top right corner, I'm going to hit create flow. And over here, you can see the essentials, but unfortunately, cart abandonment flow is not over here. But if we search for cart, you already can see the right flow. So if you have a Shopify store, I would always recommend to use the Shopify add to cart trigger. For this demo purposes, I don't have this account linked to a Shopify store, so I will use the basic add to cart trigger. But keep in mind, if you're using a Shopify store, use the Shopify add to cart trigger. I'm going to click on this one. This one has the manual icon. So this is not the one that you should be using, but this is just purely for demo purposes. So we're going to call this abandoned cart demo flow, use template. And then first of all, I like to set up all the flow filters. So first of all, you see checkout started 0 times since starting this flow and place order 0 times since starting this flow. So those are already like 2 of the triggers that are recommended. And lastly, what I like to do is has not been in the flow in the last 30 days. So that's what you can set up in here. So 30 days. And then we hit save. And then we have all the right filters in place. And then we're going to build the actual flow. So by default, Klaviyo is recommending to wait 4 hours. I think that's way, way too long. I always recommend testing something between 15 minutes up to 1 hour. So for this example, let's use 30 minutes. Basically, the closer you're getting to someone to purchase, the sooner you want to send them an email. So for example, with a site abandonment flow, we want to wait a couple of hours, but with the cart and abandoned checkout flow, we want to only wait like 15 or 30 minutes or max up to an hour. That's of course something that you should A/B test along the way. We're going to skip out on the SMS for now. So I'm just going to move email 1 over here and let's remove the conditional split. There we go. So after 30 minutes, we're going to send email 1. Then 1 day later, we're going to send email 2. Then 1 day later again, we're going to send email 3. Let's call this 3. Then we're going to add another time delay. And then we're going to make a split. So what we're going to say, what someone has done, has placed order at least once over all time. So if yes, it means they are a returning customer. So this is email 4, returning customer. So again, I would recommend to not use a discount over here. Or if you give a discount, use a lower discount. And then on the right side, this is going to be for non-buyers or first-time buyers. But at this point, they are a non-buyer. And then for them, we want to have 2 emails with a discount in it. So I'm going to add the time delay, 1 day. And then we're going to add email 5. There we go. So this is the structure that I would recommend for the abandoned cart flow. And now we're simply going to duplicate this and make the abandoned checkout version as I explained before. So we're going back to the cart flow, the demo flow. We're going to hit clone over here. We're going to call this abandoned checkout demo flow, continue. Now we have to change the trigger. So instead of added to cart, this is going to be checkout started. Super important. There we have it. So the only thing that we need to change over here, because the structure is going to remain the same, we just want to remove 1 filter. Checkout started 0 times in starting slow. We don't want to have this over here because this is checkout started. So it is important to remove this one. Hit save. And there we go. Other than that, it's completely the same. And this is how you set up the abandoned cart and checkout flow inside Klaviyo. Now let's walk through what needs to be inside every single email. So email 1 just has to be a simple reminder. So this one goes out fast, like 30 to 1 hour after abandonment, or sometimes even 50 minutes. With abandoned checkout, I think 50 minutes can also be good. Basically no drama, so no discounts, no overselling. It's just a simple reminder. because keep in mind, most people, when they added a product to the cart and they don't finish the checkout, or they don't buy from you immediately, it's not because they say no to you. They just simply got distracted. People are on the phones, got 1,000 things going on in their lives, so they just got distracted. So this email is extremely, extremely simple. Just a simple reminder, show a dynamic product block, and show the risk reversal. So any guarantees, trials, free shipping, free returns, anything that you have within your store that can convince people to buy now, you should have it inside this email. So an example over here, so if you're getting something that looks like you left something tasty behind, dynamic product block over here, complete my order, why spice pots with 3 reasons, complete my order, and that's it. So super simple reminder, but this will convert like the majority of the people who just got distracted. So at least you got those covered already and they will buy immediately. Email 2, this will be a plain text check-in. So here's something that most e-com brands completely ignore. Like, not everyone needs persuasion. So not everyone needs social proof, and not everyone needs a discount. So I'm not the biggest fan of giving away discount code as soon as possible. So that's why the first 3 emails are not giving away discounts. We want to protect your margins. So sometimes people just need another reminder because they opened the first email and then they thought, yeah, I'll come back later, and then just life happened. So email 2 is not a heavy designed email. It's just a plain text founder message. The tone is simple. So yeah, hey, you left something behind, everything good, that's it. So again, no real pressure, no flashing banners, no discounts yet, just a short human check-in basically. So the angle that we like to use is something like, hey, notice you were checking out this product, just wanted to make sure you didn't run into any issues. By the way, here's why people love us. So then you briefly reinforce what makes your brand strong, your core differentiator, your guarantee, your speed, your quality, your customer experience, and yeah, basically whatever what makes you generally stand out from your competitors. So keep it short. Don't use too long of emails. So 2 to 3 short paragraphs max, and end with a simple call to action. So here's your card if you still want it. And yeah, this email just works really, really well because it feels human. It's not overly salesy, and it doesn't feel like an automation. And especially in 2026 now with Gmail's AI inbox, prioritizing conversational emails, yeah, this style of emails perform incredibly well. So what needs to be inside? So just your risk reversals. So highlight those. And if not, show some social proof if you have like strong authority or social proof. And again, it's just a plain text check-in from the founder. So super casual, and that just performs really well. Then email 3. Now we're going to hit them with a different angle. We're going to do a bit more objection handling. Because by the time we get to email 3, or 3 days later, we need to be honest. If they didn't buy after the reminder and after the founder check-in, there probably is some friction, and friction kills conversions. So this email is not just about our brand is awesome. It's about addressing the real objections that are stopping someone from buying from you. And every brand has them, of course. So it can be something like, is it worth the price? How long will shipping take? What if it doesn't fit? What if it doesn't work? What if it's not as good as on the photos? Those are all concerns that people might have when they want to buy from you. So this is the stage where you attack those objections head on. So email 3 should highlight your strongest USPs, but frame them as answers to objections. So for example, if price is a concern, explain the durability, the warranty, the long-term value. If trust is a concern, show your guarantees, the certifications you might have, press mentions. If comparison shopping is happening, explain clearly how you are different from your competitors. So if you handle your objections properly here, you'll recover a surprising number of cards without ever having to offer a discount to them. And again, that protects your margins, and that's the whole point. I mean, it's super easy to make an abandoned cart flow where you just slap on a 20% discount in email 1. Yes, it will generate revenue, but it will also destroy your margins, and that's just not what we want. So again, what needs to be inside? So brand USPs or specific benefits of the product that they added to the cart, objection handling, and a dynamic product block. So an example over here from Smoko. So here's why customers choose Smoko. Return to my cart. Your save cart, wait to dynamic pro block. It looks like your cart is still waiting. And then we show like a couple of risk reversals / USPs. So British made quality, because that's a huge concern for people when they buy such things. They're scared that it's like Chinese made. So that's why British made quality. 8% cheaper than cigarettes. So like the price concern. 100% BPA free, because that's often a concern, and highly rated service. So a bit of social proof over here. And then a call to action once again. So super simple, super easy, but it does convert without giving away a discount. Then we get into email 4. First, the non-buyer version. So for people who never bought from your store before, so we do want to give them a discount because we're at the escalation stage. So now let's get into email 4. So first of all, the non-buyer version, where we're going to give a discount to people who've never bought from you before, because we're now at the escalation stage. This is important. Email 4 should only go to people who have never purchased before. So in Klaviyo, you add a conditional split, as I just showed you. And for non-buyers, this is where we introduce the incentive to them. Up until now, of course, we've handled basic reminders, we've handled their objections, we've done some trust building. And if they still haven't converted, they probably need a financial nudge. So if they still haven't converted, they probably need like a financial nudge. So email 4 is just a clean, time-sensitive discount. Keep it simple. That's what it is. People just want a discount. That's it. So what needs to be inside? Discount code with a 48-hour deadline. We do want to use some urgency. So a dynamic product block, and optionally you can also show some product recommendations with the Klaviyo product feed. So an example over here for silly, take 10% off your cart. Yes, please use code. Shop 10% off. Complete your order before it's lost with a dynamic product block. Another CTA, and that's it. Super easy. We don't want to overcomplicate these type of emails. Then email 5. So this is for non-buyers. So the discount will be ending after this email. This is the last push, and it should be a plain text email because we sent a couple of designed emails again. So now we just want to have like a plain text, super short, direct email, plain text email from the founder. And again, this email just works because it feels human. It doesn't feel like automation, and it closes a surprising amount of revenue, especially for first-time buyers who are 90% convinced, but they just needed a deadline. Again, this part is only for the non-buyers. So what needs to be inside? A reminder of the discount. So give them the discount code, urgency. So there's only 24 hours left now after this email, and it should be a plain text email. Here's a super short example. So, hey name, it's Melanie here, founder of SpiceBots. Just a personal check-in. Good news, you can still claim your offer with 10% off. Use code blah, 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 blah. A CTA, finish my order, and that's it. Super short, but it works. Then finally, we have email 4 for returning customers. So again, if someone has already bought from your store, we don't want to give them a discount. We just want to offer support. The strategy just changes, because if they already bought from you, they already trust you, already know the product quality, and they don't need aggressive persuasion. So instead of jumping straight to a discount, I prefer a plain text founder email here as well. So very simple, very human. So just an email like, hey, saw you were about to grab this. I just wanted to check in. Everything good? Let me know if you have questions about sizing, specs, delivery, whatever. So it should really feel like a concierge level service. And especially for like higher AOV brands, this performs extremely well, because then they really won't have that service that they would normally get in like a physical store. And at this stage, friction is usually about details and not necessarily about trust. And optionally, again, you can include a small incentive over here if your margins allow for it. But if you do, it should always be a smaller discount than what you offer to the non-buyers. So if non-buyers get 10%, maybe your returning customers get 5%. Because again, they already know the brand, and you don't need to train your loyal customers to expect full discounts every single time. We don't want discount seekers. We just want loyal customers that like your brand because of the quality and just the overall experience. So what needs to be inside? A plain text email from the founder, where we offer support. And optionally, if your margins allow for it, you can give a small discount. And if you do give a discount, then of course you also need an email 5 for returning customers, where we're saying that the discount is ending. So you can use like the similar structure as email 5 for non-buyers. And that's the structure that we recommend for an abandoned cart and abandoned checkout flow. At this point, we've talked about how to capture demand before the sale. From the moment someone joins your email list, to browsing, to adding products to the cart, or even starting checkout. But most brands make a huge mistake here. They treat the purchase like the finish line, but it's not. The first purchase is usually just the beginning of the relationship. And if your post-purchase experience is weak, you lose repeat purchases, referrals, trust, and a lot of the lifetime value you should have been capturing anyway. So next, let's build the highest converting post-purchase flow for your e-com brand. Because getting the sale is good, but extending the customer relationship is even better and crucial for success of your e-com store. So first, let's talk about the importance of the post-purchase flow. And the main reason is that it drives repeat purchases. So the post-purchase flow is one of the most effective tools for turning one-time buyers into repeat customers, which directly increases your store's revenue, of course. And research shows that retained customers are 9 times more likely to convert compared to new ones. And additionally, repeat customers spend 67% more than new customers. So again, it is super important to make sure that your first-time buyer gets converted into a repeat customer. Plus, what we typically see with most e-com brands is that most returning customers buy within 30 days after their initial order. So if you want to improve your first to second time purchase rate, you have to do this within the first 30 days. As you can see on this screenshot from one of our clients, you can see how the first to second purchase rate is and what the time between order is. Typically, we see that this is within the first 30 days. Same for this brand. So that's your biggest window of opportunity. And besides that, the post-purchase flow is also super important to make sure that you can reduce your returns to maximize your profit margins. Because buyer's remorse is a major reason for returns, which directly cuts into your profit margins. And a well-crafted post-purchase flow can minimize this by reinforcing the value of the purchase that they did. And data shows that 95% of the customers who receive proactive post-purchase communication are less likely to return their products. So providing usage tips, care instructions, building excitement in your post-purchase emails reduces the doubts that your new customer can have, and it helps ensure customers that are satisfied with their purchase. So fewer returns means more revenue that stays in your pocket. So with that being said, let's go into the post-purchase flow structure. And this is like a typical structure that we like to use. So the flow trigger, of course, is placed order. There are 2 flow filters that we like to use, which is place order 0 times since starting this flow, which means that if someone did a purchase, receives the post-purchase flow, but does another purchase, they won't receive the rest of the post-purchase flow because that second purchase will already trigger the post-purchase flow. And the second filter is canceled order 0 times since starting this flow. So if someone purchases, gets the post-purchase flow, but then cancels their order, they won't receive the rest of the flow for obvious reasons. Then the flow structure itself. So typically we like to have a split between first time and returning customers. And in this example, you see we only have like 1 split, but of course you can make multiple splits between first time buyers, second time buyers, third time buyers, fourth time buyers, etc. For some brands, it does make sense, but for the majority of the brands, it's already good to at least start with first time buyer version and a returning customer version. So the first email, we like to send it after 10 minutes after the initial purchase, not immediately because they already received the transactional emails via your Shopify or Ecommerce account with like their order details and shipping information. So you don't necessarily have to email them right away. So that's why we always recommend to wait like 10 minutes. And this first email is just a thank you email. So we thank them for buying. We give them the most important information and we already try to cross-sell them. Then 2 days later, we send them email 2, which is basically an email where we say, hey, your order is on its way. Of course, it also depends on your shipping times. But yeah, we just want to build excitement. And again, we want to try to cross-sell them to get them to buy again. Then we have like a split based on the product category or based on the product, depending on the size of your business and how many products you have. And with this email, we specifically want to give them more information about how to use their product in the best possible way. And of course, only if it makes sense for your brand. For example, if you're an apparel brand, this can be a lot more basic with just simple care instructions and you don't need those kind of splits. But if you have more of a technical product, it can be super interesting and super good to have like in-depth how-to guides to prepare people for their delivery, and it can build that excitement as well. The emails after that are more optional. So if social media is important to you and you're active on it, that's like super important as well. You can do a social media push, because the more touch points you can have with your customers, the better it is to increase your repurchase rate. So if you have them on your email list, on your SMS list, on their social media via different channels, you can reach them in multiple ways. And again, this is just good to build a relationship and to increase your repurchase rate. Same for your loyalty system. If you have a loyalty system, push it as well and show them the perks that they have with your loyalty system. And then the last email, typically, this is when they already received your product, is a personal check-in, a plain text email from the founder where you ask them how did everything go with their order. And again, you want to cross-sell them. So this is like a good structure that we typically like to use for our own clients as well. Before we move on, a quick reminder. If you want our exact post-purchase flow map, the email outlines and copy framework, you can download our free post-purchase playbook via the link in the description. Or if you want more Klaviyo tutorials like this, make sure to subscribe to the channel. All right, let's continue. So how do you set this up in your Klaviyo account? Well, it's pretty simple. In your Klaviyo account, we're in a test account. In the left menu, you go to flows, and then in the top right corner you hit create flow, and over here you can already find like the default flows from Klaviyo, and we already see post-purchase follow-up, order count split. Then if you click on it, you can already see like a split that Klaviyo is using and a default flow. So let's call this post-purchase demo and use template. And once it's loaded, we're going to the trigger and we've got to make sure that we have the right filters. So what someone has done has placed order 0 times since starting this flow, and what someone has done, person has canceled order 0 times since starting this flow. Then, as I mentioned, we're not going to wait a day, we're going to wait 10 minutes before we send out email 1, and we're going to have a split where it says conditional split has placed order equals 1 overall time. If yes, it's a new customer. If no, it's someone who has done like multiple orders, and as you can see in this default flow, they also have like a split for 2 times. So if it's no, then they have done like at least 3 purchases. So that's also a split that you can use. And when you send out emails in this flow, always make sure to turn off smart sending. So skip recently emailed profiles. You want to turn this off because, yeah, if someone just did a purchase at your store, you do want to make sure that they get every single email of you. And let's say you've sent them a sale email and they bought via that email and it has been sent like, I don't know, within the last 12 hours, then they wouldn't receive this post-purchase flow. And that's of course not what you want. So always make sure to turn off smart sending for every single email in this flow. And that's how you create a simple flow structure for your post-purchase flow. Now let's dive into every single email and how it should look and what should be inside every single email. So the first email is just a super simple and basic thank you email. So this first email sets the tone for the post-purchase experience. And typically we like to use a plain text email directly sent from the founder. And for first-time buyers, this is your chance to make like a memorable impression. So you want to thank them for trusting your brand and reassure them that they made the right choice. For returning customers, of course, it's all about expressing your gratitude for their loyalty and reinforcing the value of their decision to come back to your brand. And again, you do want to make sure that those emails feel genuine and tailored towards their specific situation. So typically what you want to have inside is just a thank you. You want to confirm their order progress. So offer support and tell them what they can expect from you, from your brand. Of course, they already received the transactional emails with like specific information information, but still it's good to give like a general overview of what to expect. And optional, you can already like cross-sell them to increase the average order value, because again, the biggest window of opportunity is within the 30 days. And we see that with email 1, even if we just include the link to your website, it already gets like a really good place to order rate, because people just ordered and maybe some other products could be super interesting for them to buy as well. So you can recommend a specific product as well. And we've seen some great results with that. So just a couple of examples over here. Again, it's all plain text and it's pretty short. You just want to thank them again, get some shipping information, and you want to lead them back to your website to, again, cross-sell them with a specific product or to get them at least back to your store. Over here, you can see some subject line ideas as well. But again, if you want to download this post-purchase guide for free, just click on the link in the description below. Email 2. So this email is all about the order being on their way. So typically it's sent like 2 days after the first email. And we just want to reassure them that their order is on their way. Again, we just want to reduce the buyer's remorse. So this email is really designed to build excitement about the purchase while also addressing any lingering buyer's remorse by reminding them of the value that they will soon experience, of course. And also you can use Klaviyo's product feed to recommend complementary items. So you can already try to cross-sell them to boost, again, that first to second purchase rate. So what needs to be inside this email? Reinforce the value of the purchase, build excitement for the delivery, and include recommendations either with static product blocks or with Klaviyo's product feed. So just some email examples over here. So flavor on the way, your spice pots are on the way. We're excited for you. While you wait, check these out. So we highlight some refills, a cookbook, a candle, and just a kit. So that's a way that you can do it. Another example, so complete your fitness nutrition, treat yourself to something extra. And with this email, we just show combinations that really go well, like the isolate with creatine or the multivitamin with the collagen or the isolate with the collagen plus. So these are all bundles that we recommend, and this way people can complete their stack. Another example where for this saber brand, where we say, hey, explore more sabers, and we show them recommended sabers based on their initial purchase, and we show them the mystery saber, which works really, really well because people are curious about that. So it creates a curiosity. And of course, always end with like a shop all button to at least get people and get traffic to your store. Again, some subject line and even preview text ideas over here. Then email 3. This is more of a how-to email, and this email is split based on the product or based on the product category that the customer has ordered. We want to be as specific as possible, and we don't just want to send like a generic email that's not applicable to someone's order. That would really hurt the customer experience. And the goal really is to help them out, get the most of their purchase. So we just want to provide them with valuable tips and guidance. And this will reduce the likelihood of returns. It will improve the customer experience. And you basically want to show your customers that you genuinely care about their satisfaction. So what needs to be inside? Personalization based on their purchase, clear, actionable product tips, again, reassurance that they made a good choice, and optional links to frequently asked questions, manuals, videos, stuff like that. So an example, getting started with your smoker e-cigarette. So how to use your e-cigarette in 3 simple steps, when to change your refill, and information about recharging your battery. So for this brand, this is like super valuable information to share with new customers. Another example for this tea brand, Siesta Tea, we show them exactly how to brew, and we link them to a blog where they can find more information about temperatures and steep times and stuff like that. Then email 4. So this is optionally a social media push, and this encourages customers to follow your main social media channel. Again, super important to have like multiple touch points via different channels with your new customers. So yeah, it's just a simple invitation to follow you on social media. So for this brand, we say, let's get social, join the silly party on social media. Follow now, and they can even win some money if they tag your brand. So that's also a good way. And over here for Sabers Pro, be part of the galaxy. So follow on Instagram or follow on Facebook. Email 5, again, optionally a loyalty system push. So this optional email is a great way to introduce your loyalty program and explain the benefits of joining it. So by encouraging your customers to enroll, you can boost the customer retention and incentivize repeat purchases. Loyalty systems, I think, are going to be super important in the upcoming years. So definitely recommend it to, first of all, have a loyalty system and to push it inside your post purchase flow. And this is how it can look like. So earn points, save money. With Smoker points, you can earn rewards every time you shop, review, and refer a friend. And yeah, we can have a quick explanation over here, and we guide them towards a page where they can find more information. The main thing that you want to make sure of is that you immediately make clear what the benefit is for your customer on why they should join your loyalty system, because people will only join it if there's a clear benefit for them, which usually is like discounts that people can get. And then finally, email 6. This is the personal check-in and one of the emails that generates the most amount of revenue, to be honest. Just a personal touch point with the founder with a plain text email to make sure that the customer experience was all smooth, everything went smooth with their order. So it just shows that your brand generally cares about the satisfaction. And in addition to offering support, this email can encourage your customers to make another purchase if they're happy with their initial purchase, of course. So just a simple email like this, couple of lines, and we just guide people towards the website, and you just want to offer support and make sure that everything went well with their initial purchase. Now we've built the core automated side of the Klaviyo email system, and that matters because flows give you leverage. They run in the background and they catch demand at the key moments. And of course, they create consistency, but flows alone are not the whole email game. Because there's another lever you need if you want to drive revenue intentionally instead of just waiting for the automation to do all the work. And that lever is your email campaigns. So this is where you get to create demand and not just capture it. So in the next section, let's talk about email campaigns, how to think about them, when to send them, and how to build a campaign strategy that actually drives revenue without training your audience to ignore your emails and just to wait for another discount. So let's dive into it. So before we dive into the exact email campaigns that you should send, first answer this question that I get all the times. So how often should you send email campaigns? So of course, we've tested this across 120 e-com brands in the last 7 years, and the best sending frequency might surprise you. So you could be sending 1 or 2 times a week. A lot of e-com brand owners, they land here because they don't want to annoy their email subscribers. I hear this all the time. So the thinking is that sending fewer emails means less spam, but the opposite tends to be true. So your audience is just getting a lot of emails every single day. So if your competitors are emailing 3 to 4 times a week, they are the ones that are staying top of mind and not your brand. So when your email shows up once a week, it doesn't feel respectful to your audience. It just feels unfamiliar. Subscribers can't place you. They skip past you. And over time, they just simply forget that you exist. So less frequent doesn't mean less intrusive. It just means less memorable. Now, on the other side, you could also be sending 5 to 7 email campaigns a week. So some brands, they go all in and they just email every single day. So the short-term revenue can look good. You will earn some extra money, but on the long term, you're just burning through your email list. Daily emails that just push subscribers towards fatigue. Your unsubscribe rate will go up, your engagement rates will go down, and deliverability starts to take a hit. So you end up with a smaller, more disengaged list than what you started with. And the damage is slow enough that most e-com brands don't notice it until it's already done. So the sweet spot is actually sending 3 to 4 email campaigns a week. So this keeps your brand visible without tipping into annoying. So engagement stays healthy, your churn stays manageable, and you're building a consistent presence in the inbox rather than sporadic spikes. So the FUD though is what you're actually sending, which brings us to the next section. Before we go to the next point, I just wanted to mention I have a free email marketing course on my website that breaks down all the exact systems in more detail. It's completely free and cuts out all the fluff. So if you want to access it, check out the link in the description below. And yes, also contains this doc that I'm going through in this video. So go ahead and download it for free. So what kind of email campaigns to send? So email campaigns, they generally fall into one of these 7 categories. We have your promos and special offers. We have your holidays/special events. We have your product launches, your product highlights, social proof campaigns, value-based campaigns, and the company updates. Whatever email format you're thinking of, they always fit into one of these 7 buckets. And a good email campaign calendar, it pulls from all of these 7 buckets. So the mistake that most e-com brands make is that they're leaning too hard on one specific category, and you can already guess which category it is. It's your promos. So It makes sense why, of course, because discounts, they drive immediate sales. So it feels just like the right move. It creates short-term revenue for your brand. But when every email starts to become a promotion, something is shifting within the minds of your audience. So your email subscribers, they start to expect a deal every time they hear about you. And yeah, buy it full price. Why would they? When a discount is probably coming next week, why would they buy from your non-discounted email if they know that next week you're going to send another discount email? So they're just simply waiting, and they're only buying if there is a discount. So you basically train them to wait, and that just kills your margins over time. There's also a more subtle problem, because those constant buy now emails will make your brand feel desperate, and desperate doesn't sell. The goal when you craft an email campaign calendar is to have a healthy mix. So of course, promos, they do have their place and time, but they should sit alongside content that builds trust, educates your audience, it entertains, and reminds people why they liked your brand in the first place. So don't use too many discounted emails. Keep your emails short, valuable, and easy to read. People are busy. It's a busy time. Inboxes are packed, and their attention spans are not what they used to be. We can all thank TikTok for that and the Instagram Reels. So nobody's sitting down to read a wall of text from a brand they bought from once. You've got a couple of seconds to make that impression. So you have to make your content quick, make it useful or interesting, and make it easy to act on. And that's it. So short emails that respect people's time will always outperform the long emails that simply don't. So most important with your emails, what you want to do is that you want to build trust. Customers in 2026, they are skeptical. A lot of them have been burned by online brands before, and that experience just sticks. They don't just hand over their money anymore. So they research, they compare, they read reviews, and they watch how a brand communicates before they ever click on buy now. And that means that trust isn't an optional thing anymore. It's the thing that sits between someone being on your email list and someone actually buying from you. So that's super important to keep in mind. And of course, trust takes repetition to build. It's not that you just send one email and now you've built the trust and that's it. So there's no one great email. There's not a clever subject line, but you need multiple touch points over time that consistently shows your audience you know what you're talking about and that you're not just trying to extract money from them. So educational content is one of the most effective ways to do this. So when you teach someone something genuinely useful, you become a credible source in their mind. You're not just another brand in their inbox, you're the brand that actually helps them. So that's always important to keep in mind. You have to build trust with your audience for them to be ready to buy from you. And here's the practical payoff. So when your customers trust you, they buy without needing a discount from you to tip them over the edge. So not only will it improve your conversion rate, it will also improve your margins if you just focus on this trust building instead of just slapping a discount on your products. So what kind of non-discounted email campaigns to use? Well, there are more ideas than most e-com brands realize. I hear this all the time, like, hey, what should I send? I have no idea. Here's a full list to pull from when building your calendar. Are you ready? Because I'm going to have a lot of ideas for you. So first, the first bucket, social proof. Think of testimonials, user-generated content, press mentions, media features, influencer reviews, before and after results from a real customer, review roundups, so where you collect several reviews around a single theme or a single product benefit, trust badges and certifications, so you can highlight any third-party certifications or awards or quality marks that your brand has earned, a star rating highlight, so you can showcase your overall rating across platforms like Trustpilot or Google, peer testimonials, so feature a customer video review, even a short clip screenshot linked to the full video can already do wonders. A customer milestone, so a customer who has been buying from you for years or hit a meaningful milestone using your product. This is a super solid idea. Community numbers, so highlight how many customers you've served or how many orders you've shipped or which countries you've reached. So these are all types of social proof campaigns that you can use. The next category is your content and education. So think of blog or article highlights, research highlights, myths debunked, frequently asked questions, industry trends, common mistakes. So what your customer is probably doing wrong and how to fix it. Glossary email. So break down jargon or terminology your audience keeps encountering. A beginner's guide. Advanced tips. So content aimed at customers who already know the basics and want to go deeper. Debunk a competitor's claim. Do an expert interview. A book or resource recommendation, a stat of the week. So one surprising or compelling data points related to your niche. Just brief and punchy, a super short email. Your most asked questions. So pull directly from customer support or your social comments. Ingredient or material spotlight. So go deep on one specific ingredient in your product or one specific material or component and explain why this matters and why it's so important to know. So these are all types of content and education-based emails. Next up, product-focused emails. So highlighting your bestsellers, your new arrivals, trending products, staff picks, back-in-stock products, your bundles, the essentials people need, a gift guide, the gift yourself angle, a feature highlight, a benefit highlight, an us versus them angles versus your competitors. The problem to the solution. So this is a problem your audience is facing. Here's the solution. Before and afters, how to use your product, how the product is made, tips and tricks on the product, a sneak peek into a new product that's coming up, a limited edition or seasonal product. So create urgency without discounting. Product comparison. So help customers choose between two of your own products based on their needs. Subscription or a loyalty system highlights. So remind customers of the long-term value of buying from you repeatedly. Most underrated products. So shine a light on a product that deserves more attention than it gets. A fan favorite. So a product your most loyal customers always come back to. Founder's pick. So the founder personally recommends a product and explains why. A packaging highlight. So if your packaging is a selling point or part of the experience, show it off. The product origin story. So where this specific product come from and what problem was it created for to solve. A sensory description email. So describe the experience of using the product in vivid sensory detail. So this works especially well for like a food brand, a beauty brand, lifestyle brands. Complementary products. So suggest products that work better together so you can like soft cross-sell without discounting. Build your routine. So show customers how to build a daily or a weekly routine using your products. So super useful for like a skincare brand or a supplement brand. Most gifted. So show which products are most popular as gifts. So this is basically social proof with a gifting angle. The customer favorite combination. So a specific pairing or bundle that customers naturally gravitate towards. So these are all type of email campaigns that are product focused. And as you can see, there are like a lot of angles that you can use. Next category, brand and culture. Think of a brand story, a founder story, meet the team, behind the scenes, recent developments, the brand USPs, day in the life. So follow a team member or product through a typical day in life. A community spotlight. So highlight a customer, a community member, or cause your brand supports. Brand values. Pick one value and show how it shows up in what you do on a daily basis. So our story so far, so a timeline of how the brand has grown. And yeah, this works well around anniversaries, for example, why we started. So a specific moment of frustration that sparked the brand. So this is a bit more specific than just a generic brand story email. What we refuse to do. So what your brand will never compromise on. So this is powerful for building the trust and differentiation. So of course you can make the link with your competitor, what you refuse to do, what your competitor is doing. Mistakes you've made. So this is just a transparent look at something that went wrong and what you learned. So this is like a rare type of email, but it is refreshing and memorable, and people can really appreciate that honesty. Our manufacturing process, so go deeper than just behind the scenes. You just show the actual steps and standards involved. Our suppliers or partners, so you can introduce the people or the companies you work with, especially if ethical sourcing is part of your story. This is a super nice email to send. Team traditions, so something your team does regularly that reflects your brand culture. Growth announcements, so shows momentum and builds brand credibility. So these are all types of emails that are focused around your brand, your brand's culture. And of course, we have like the typical calendar/occasion type of emails. So think of holidays, awareness days. So find days to connect naturally to your product or niche. More on that later. Seasonal transitions. So use the change of seasons to shift focus to relevant products or content. Brand milestones. So think of your anniversaries, subscriber counts, units sold. So let your audience be part of your brand's journey. New year, new routine, back to school, new season preview. So give subscribers a first look at what's coming for the next season. The end of year reflection. So these are all type of things that you can do on specific moments throughout the year. And of course, we also have like the typical engagement and interactivity type of emails. Think of a quiz or a survey teaser. So link to a short quiz that helps customers find the right product for them. Poll results. So if you ran a poll on your socials, you can share results and connect them back to your product. Ask us anything. So invite replies with questions and then use those questions as future email content. This is also extremely good for improving your email deliverability. Pick your favorites. So ask subscribers to vote between two products, variants or ideas. Challenge emails. So invite your audience to try something and share their results. A waitlist or early access invite. A referral program spotlight, a loyalty program update. So more than ideas enough. So these were 91 campaign types that I just shared with you. So if you're sending 3 to 4 email campaigns per week, which you should, as I already mentioned, you have enough variety here to run a full year of campaigns without repeating yourself. So it's as easy as that. 91 ideas you can use instantly. So now let's talk about how to set up an actual email campaign calendar. So now that you have a full list of campaign ideas to pull from, the next step is getting it all organized into an actual calendar. The tool itself doesn't matter that much, to be honest. What matters most is that you actually use it consistently. But some options over here, you can use a tool called Notion, which is great for teams that like a visual, flexible workspace. We use it for 4 years within our agency, and it works really well for campaign planning, especially in the last couple of years. They made a lot of updates, which makes it way better for project management. Airtable, this is what we use internally right now. It's slightly more powerful for filtering and sorting across large volumes of campaigns, especially for us as an agency where we work with a bunch of clients. This is just our go-to. You also have ClickUp or Monday. So this is good if your team is already living in a project management tool and you want your email calendar to sit alongside your other marketing work. And yeah, if you just want to start basic, Google Sheets. I mean, this is really, truly underrated. If you just want something simple that everyone can access without learning a new tool, a well-structured spreadsheet does the job fine. It's more than you need, really. So whatever tool you choose, make sure your calendar tracks at least these fields for each campaign. So your send date, your campaign type, the segment that you're using, the status, so idea, copywriting, design, implementation, ready to review, scheduled or sent, and owner, so who's responsible for getting that specific step done. That's all that you need to track, basically. And again, you can just do it in Google Sheets, but if you have the possibility, I would definitely look into one of the other tools that I just mentioned. Now, a note on who you're sending to. So before you start filling in your calendar, there's one thing that will have a bigger impact on your results than almost anything else. So who you're actually sending your email campaigns to. So most e-com brands, they just blast their email campaigns to their entire email list. And this is one of the most common and costly mistakes in email marketing, to be fair. So sending to unengaged subscribers just hurts your email deliverability. I made a full tutorial about that on how to fix your email deliverability, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. And still, a lot of brands are still sending to unengaged subscribers, and this hurts your deliverability, which means that even your best email campaigns start landing in spam instead of the primary inbox. And then, it doesn't really matter that much anymore because people don't open your emails anymore. So the fix is quite simple, to be honest. Send your campaigns to your engaged subscribers only. So in Klaviyo, that typically means people who've opened or clicked an email within the last 30, 60, or 90 days, basically depending on your list size and sending volume. So again, for more information, check out our email deliverability tutorial that I recently posted on my YouTube channel. So this one change alone can dramatically improve your results because you're talking to people who actually want to hear from you. So I also made a full video course on Klaviyo segmentation that walks through exactly how to set up the right segments for your email list. So again, we have like a full segmentation guide on our YouTube channel as well. Now, let's get into how to build your monthly campaign calendar, because you now know the sending frequency, you have 91 campaign ideas to pull from. Now it's time to put it all together into an actual month-by-month plan. So here's the exact process that we use. Step 1. Lock in your first fixed dates first. So before you think about content, open up your calendar and mark everything that's already decided for the month. So these are your non-negotiables. Things like product launches, products that are back in stock, sales events or promotions that you've planned, or any brand milestones or announcements. So these are your anchors. So everything else gets built around these campaigns. So get these into the calendar before you do anything else. So one important note on sales events specifically, keep them rare. So we recommend a maximum of 1 sales event per month. And honestly, even every other month is even better. So we touched on this earlier in this video, but it's worth repeating here because this is where a lot of e-com brands quietly destroy their own margins. When you run sales events too frequently, your subscribers learn to wait for them. So why would they buy at full price today when there's probably a discount coming up next week? So you've trained your audience to hold off, which means your full price campaigns stop converting the way that they should. On top of that, frequent discounting conditions your audience to see a brand as a discount brand. And that's a very hard perception to shake once it's set in. So sales events work best when they're rare enough to feel meaningful. It really is like that. So when your audience knows you don't discount often, a promotion actually creates urgency. And when they know a sale is around the corner, like all the time, it just creates patience. So keep them infrequent, keep them intentional, and they'll perform far better when you do run them. So don't run too many sales events. I cannot stress this enough. Now, after you locked in those fixed dates, a little bonus, you can add relevant holidays and awareness days. I already talked about it for a bit with the 91 campaign ideas, but once your fixed dates are locked in, you can layer in holidays or awareness days that connect naturally to your brand and audience. So this is an optional thing, but it is an easy way to add relevance and variety to your calendar without having to come up with angles from scratch. So a useful resource for finding lesser known awareness days is nationaltoday.com. And on this website, you can just search for the month that you're looking for. And then you see that every single day there is some kind of national holiday or awareness day. It's like crazy how many of these days there are. And of course, you don't need to force every single date and you don't need to discount for any of them. So sometimes just acknowledging a day with relevant content is just enough. So for example, if you sell coffee products, National Coffee Day is obvious. But depending on how you position your brand, something like World Sleep Day or National Productivity Day could also be a natural fit. So you want to aim for like 1 or 2 date-based emails per month at most. You don't want to overdo this because it also becomes annoying if every single week you're saying, hey, today it's National this day and next week it's National that day. Then it becomes annoying. So again, you can use it, but don't overdo it. Now we get into step 2. Map your existing content. And this is often overlooked. But before you create anything new, look at what you already have. So go through your existing blogs, YouTube videos, social posts, podcast episodes, or any other content that you've produced. Anything that's generally useful or interesting to your audience is potential email content. So do make sure to match it to the right time of the year. So for example, if you have a blog on your website about summer skincare routines, then you can send this in May or June, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend sending it in November, for example. So for each piece of content you plan to use, decide your approach. There are basically 2 routes that you can take. First option is to tease the most interesting part of the content that you're promoting and just link to the full blog or video. And the second option is that you just summarize the key takeaway from that content. You just link directly to a relevant product. So both work, to be honest. You can test them against each other over time to see what your audience responds to best. Or you could just mix them up, of course. And if you don't have much existing content, that's totally fine as well. You can just go to Google. You can search topics your audience cares about, read what's out there, and you can just write a short educational email based on what you find. So you don't need to be the original source of the information. You just need to be the one who presents it clearly and connects it back to your brand. And if you're not sure what topics your audience really cares about, or you're drawing a blank on what to write, this is exactly where AI comes in, of course. So we'll cover that in the next step. So the next step is use AI to fill up the rest of your campaign calendar. So this is where e-com brands waste time that they don't need to waste. So you don't need to sit there manually brainstorming what to send every single week. We're in 2026 now. We have AI. So I recommend using Claude AI for this, but of course, ChatGPT or Gemini also works for this. But I'm just a big fan of Claude nowadays. So here's exactly how to do it. First, build your context block. So the more context you give to AI, the better the output. So before you ask it to build a calendar, you want to feed it with the following information. So things like your brand name and what you sell, quite important. Your target customer, so who they are, what they care about, what problems do they have, your sending frequency, so 3 to 4 times a week. That's what I recommend. The month that you're planning for, so they have some context on for which month they have to create content for. The fixed dates that you've already locked in from step 1. Any content that you've already placed from step 2, and the full list of 91 campaign types from this guide. If you want to have that list, you can download our free email marketing course via the link in the description below, so you can get this doc with the 91 ideas. And then you simply ask Claude or ChatGPT to fill in the remaining slots. And we have a simple example prompt over here. So this could be something like this. So I run an e-commerce brand called Brand Name that sells products. Our target customer is customer description. We send 3 to 4 email campaigns per week. I'm planning the month in year. Here are the dates already locked in. Then you list out your fixed dates. Here's a full list of campaign times I can choose from. Then you paste in the 91 campaign list. Please fill in the remaining slots for the month with specific campaign ideas from the list that makes sense for our brand and audience. For each one, include a send date, campaign type, and a 2-line description of the angle. So super simple prompt. You can download this doc for free via the link in the description, and then you can simply use this prompt. And this will give you a full month of content, just a draft in a couple of seconds. It's crazy. So of course you won't use every suggestion as in, but it do get you like 80% of the way there immediately. So it's a huge time saver, but with the results, you have to refine it from there. So once you have the AI output, go through it and ask yourself 3 questions for each campaign. So first, does this make sense for our brand right now? Second, do we have what we need to execute it? So the content, the images, the reviews. And 3, does the overall mix feel balanced across the 7 campaign categories or buckets that I talked about earlier? So you can swap out anything that doesn't fit and fill the gaps with alternatives from the list. So of course you can continuously ask Claude to come up with new ideas. So this whole process should take you around 10 to 20 minutes to plan a full month of content rather than just hours of staring at a blank calendar, you know? So then you can use AI to review your calendar before you finalize it. So we're not done yet. So once your calendar is filled in, you can paste it back into AI and ask it to pressure test it before you lock in. So here's an example prompt that you can use. So you just say, hey, here's my email campaign calendar for a month. You paste in your calendar, review the mix across campaign types and the weekly cadence, flag anything that looks unbalanced, repetitive, or too promotional, and suggest alternatives where needed. So this just takes like 2 minutes extra of your time, and this catches problems before they go out to your list and before you do a manual check in the next step. So again, use AI for this, and oftentimes they have some really good comments on it. Then we go to the next step, and that's to check your mix before you finalize. So before you finalize your campaign calendar, you do 2 quick checks. First, you check the overall monthly mix. So look at the spread across the 7 campaign categories for the full month. So a rough balance that works well for most e-com brands is like 1 or 2 promotional or discount-based emails a month, 4 to 6 product-focused emails, 4 to 6 value or education-based emails, 2 to 4 social proof emails, and 2 to 4 brand emails. So if more than a third of your content is promotional, pull some of those out and replace them with content or social proof emails, for example. Secondly, you also want to check your weekly cadence. And this is where a lot of e-com brands get it wrong, even when their overall monthly mix looks fine. So they cluster similar campaign types together without realizing it, because they're like, hey, we need to add some social proof campaigns, and then they fill it all in inside 1 week, and then a week later they only have product highlight emails, and by week 3 then your email subscriber feels like they've been going through a pattern, and then the engagement just starts to dip. So the goal is variety within each week and not just across the month. So a simple rule that works. So no 2 consecutive emails should be the same campaign type. So if Monday is a testimonial campaign, Wednesday should not be another social proof campaign. It should be a product highlight, a how-to, a founder story, anything that creates a different feel and a different reason to open the actual email. So an example of a well-cadenced week, or if you're sending 4 times a week. So on Monday, you can send an educational email. on Wednesday, a product-focused email, on Friday, a social-proof email, and then on Sunday, a brand email. So this way, every email that you send out just feels different, and every email serves a different purpose. So across the week, your subscriber has been educated, shown a product, seen proof it works, and connected with the brand behind it. So that's a complete experience in 7 days, and that's what you want. So apply this thinking week by week when you're finalizing your email campaign calendar, and the overall experience your subscriber has will feel intentional rather than just a random campaign calendar. The next step is to build 2 weeks ahead always. And this is oftentimes a struggle for e-commerce brands. So once the calendar is planned, the goal is to always be at least 2 weeks ahead in terms of execution. So that means emails that are going out in 2 weeks are already written, designed, and sitting in Klaviyo, ready to be reviewed. So when you're writing campaigns the day before they go out, the quality just drops. You default to promotions because they're easier to write under pressure. You miss opportunities to coordinate campaigns around your fixed dates, and mistakes slip through because there's no time to catch them. So 2 weeks of runway changes all of that. So build it as a non-negotiable part of your workflow. I know for a lot of e-com brands, this sounds difficult, but really try to put in effort to get this done. And then the 6th step is to review performance at the end of every month. Super important. So spend 20 to 30 minutes at the end of each month looking at what went out and how it performed. So what you're looking for is which campaigns got the highest open rates, which drove the most clicks and revenue, and which campaigns underperformed, and try to analyze what is the reason why it underperformed. So you don't need like a super deep analysis. You just want to do enough analysis that you spot like patterns. So over time, this tells you exactly what your specific audience responds to, and your calendar gets sharper every single month as a result. So super important to do. So one thing to keep in mind throughout all of this. So every email that you send out, even the ones that have nothing to do with a promotion, should have your product somewhere in the picture. So you're not hiding that you sell something, you're just leading with value first. So the way to think about it is that you're teaching your audience about a problem and you're positioning your product as the natural solution. That's not being pushy, it's just being useful. And useful is what gets people to buy without needing a discount to tip them over the edge. Different angles across your calendar keeps things fresh. So 1 week you're building trust with social proof. The next time you're just educating them. And the week after, then you're just showing them behind the scenes. But all of it, when you do it consistently, moves the same needle. It builds a relationship with your audience. And it makes selling easier over time because you're building that trust, which is necessary, as I told you before. And that's the whole game with email campaigns. It's not about a single killer email. It's about a consistent system that compounds over time. You might wonder at this point, cool, but I'm also doing SMS. What about SMS? Should I send SMS campaigns as well? So far we only talked about email campaigns and crafting an email campaign calendar, but of course there's also SMS. So SMS, it's a super powerful channel, but most brands use it wrong. They treat it like their email channel and they just send SMS campaigns every single week. And that's a fast way to burn through your SMS list, and it racks up costs, especially if you're selling outside the US where SMS rates are significantly higher. So our philosophy on SMS is simple. Use it sparingly and only for your highest impact moments. So the 3 things SMS is actually worth using for is for product launches, restocks, and sales events. That's it. Anything else on your campaign calendar, email does the job at a fraction of the cost. Especially if you're in Europe, so SMS costs are high enough that the ROI outside of these 3 types of campaigns, use cases are rarely make sense. So WhatsApp is worth testing as an alternative. If you're based in Europe, WhatsApp is super popular in Europe. So the cost per message is also far lower than traditional SMS in most European markets. And WhatsApp is again, a lot more common compared to the US. So it's still early for e-commerce brands, WhatsApp, but the brands testing it out now are having a significant advantage as this channel matures. So definitely recommend it. If you're an SMS, keep an eye on your SMS costs and maybe even try out WhatsApp marketing as well. Now you have a campaign strategy, but here's something that most brands never do. And it's one of the highest leverage things you can do and add to your email system, A/B testing. Because the difference between an email that converts at 2% and one that converts at 4% is not just luck. It's usually one element, a subject line, an angle, a call to action, an offer structure that you would have found through testing. So A/B testing in Klaviyo is not complicated, But most e-com brands either skip it entirely or they're just testing the wrong things. So next, let's go through a full A/B testing tutorial so you know exactly what to test, how to set it up, and how to read the results properly. So the first thing that you need to understand about A/B testing is the fundamental principles that determine success or failure. And most store owners make a critical mistake. They just run random tests without a systematic approach to it. So they'll test a subject line here, they will test a button color there, but they never build real knowledge that drives significant revenue and something that they can apply to upcoming emails as well. So after managing thousands of A/B tests for our own clients at our agency, I've identified 4 key principles that make a difference between wasted effort and substantial revenue growth. So that's what I call the testing mindset. So first thing is that consistency is non-negotiable. So you should run new tests every 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the amount of volume. And of course, with brands that are doing, let's say, over 100K per month of revenue, they have substantial more website traffic than e-com brand that's just doing like 10K per month of revenue. So in the first example, you can run a lot more A/B tests a lot faster compared to the second scenario. And when you start running an A/B test, you always want to start with a clear hypothesis. So what you're testing, why you're testing it, and what your expected outcome is. And you don't just want to say that, for example, I want to test 2 subject lines. Instead, you should say, I believe adding an emoji to our subject line will increase the open rate because it will make our email stand out in the inbox. So this forces you to think strategically. And again, this is something that I see go wrong all the time, especially with subject lines, because it's such an easy A/B test to run that most e-com brands just run A/B tests on the subject line just for the sake of it. But there's no idea behind it. There's no hypothesis behind it. So then it's great that you have a winner, but there's nothing that you can do with that data. And that's something that usually goes wrong with most e-com brands. And another important thing is that you should collect sufficient data before you draw any conclusions. And again, this is something that most e-com brands go wrong with. So they think that when there's like a clear winner for a certain variant in the flows, for example, and even if there are only like 50 or 100 recipients, they think there is a clear winner. But you really need way more data to really see if something is significant or not. So in general, these are the guidelines that we like to follow. Of course, these are like general guidelines. Every situation is different, but should give you like some kind of framework. So for sign-up forms, we take a look at least 3,000 to 5,000 impressions per variant, or at least 15 days of runtime. So at least 3 to 5K of impressions per variant, or at least 15 days of runtime. So again, if you're running a big store with a lot of revenue, a lot of website traffic, then you probably get to those 3,000 to 5,000 impressions pretty quickly. Still, I would to wait like at least 15 days of runtime, because let's say it will take you just 1 day to get to this amount of impressions, then it still won't be like statistically significant data. You really want to have it over multiple days. In some situations, maybe 7 days can be enough, but in general, I always advise 15 days. For flows, I always like to work with at least 1,000 recipients per variant. And of course, you can consider, say, you only have sent to 500 recipients per variant, and there's such a big difference between both variants in terms of the data, then sometimes 500 recipients can be enough. But in general, you need at least 1,000 recipients. Then the email campaign. So first of all, always use manual 50 splits. So never select the automatic winner selection. This is something that I see go wrong with all the time as well, that you have the option in Klaviyo that if you send a campaign and you're running an A/B test, that you can say send 20% to version A, 20% to version B, and after 4 hours, send the winner to the rest of the 60%. I'm never a big fan of that, because let's say you found your best sending time. Now you're going to wait 4 hours before you're going to send the winner to the rest of the audience. So the biggest group will get the email on a time that's not ideal. So that's already like a good reason to not use that option. Plus 2 or 3 hours is like a very short time frame to determine if something is a winner or not. So always use the 50-50 manual split. Just send version A and B to the entire audience. And then afterwards, after a couple of days, then you can analyze the data and see what the outcome is. But next up is that you always focus on revenue as the ultimate metric. Revenue, of course, is like the determining factor in 95% of the A/B tests that you're running. And of course, open rate and click rates, they do matter. But in the end, revenue is what pays the bills. And This is again something that I often see go wrong, is that e-com brands are too much focused on increasing the open rates, increasing their click rates. Of course, they are important, but there are situations that sometimes it's better to have like a lower click rate, but it ends up with more revenue for your brand. And then in the end, do you want a higher click rate or do you want more revenue? And I think you want the second. So always focus on what an A/B test does with the revenue that is generated. So that's what we call the testing mindset. Really important to fully understand this and to apply this for your own brand. Now, let's focus on A/B testing your sign-up forms. First, we're going to go through the top 10 tests that you should run for your own sign-up forms in order of impact. So, of course, your sign-up forms are the gateway to your email ecosystem. So optimizing them can dramatically impact your overall marketing performance, because you have to keep in mind, with your sign-up form, you determine how much people you're getting inside your email list. And in general, the more people on your email list, the more results that you can expect if those are engaged people, obviously. And after analyzing thousands of sign-up form tests, we've ranked the top 10 tests by impact. So this is critical. You always want to start with test number 1 and work your way down, since this gives you the biggest improvements in the fastest way possible. And the primary goal with all of these tests is, of course, to increase the submit rate, so to make sure that more people are getting in your email list. So with that being said, the first A/B test that we want to run is your offer, because that has the biggest impact on sign-up rates. There are a lot of things that you can split test with sign-up forms, but again, the thing that has the biggest impact is your offer. If your offer is bad, then yeah, all the other hacks won't make any difference. You can maybe take it up from 2% to 2.2%, but that's still not going to make a dramatic impact on your performance. So you always want to test different incentives. So think of buy one, get one free, buy one, get one at 50% off, a free gift when you buy a certain product, a free digital product, a free shipping deal, a dollar amount off, which is obviously something that we see all the time, a dollar amount off over a certain amount, so you can increase the dollar amount, percentage off you buy a subscription, that's also a good one, cashback, that's becoming more and more popular, because with a cashback deal, you can increase the dollar amount or percentage off a lot more, since a lot of people are not like using the cashback deal. So that's a good one. Early access to a sale, especially around Black Friday. That's a really good angle to use for your sign-up form. And my personal favorite is the mystery discount angle. So you don't give away what the incentive is going to be. People only see when they get your first welcome email. What always is important with such a thing where you do a test with your sign-up form is that you want to take a holistic approach. So of course, the sign-up rate is important. The amount of people that you get on your email list, that's the most important KPI to look for. But you also want to look what changing your offer in this case will do with your welcome flow conversion and with the attributed revenue, because it could be that your submit rate will be way higher with a certain deal. But if the conversion with your welcome service flow is a lot lower, then yeah, you have to think about some situations. It could still make sense because they are on your email list. You could nurture them with other flows and with your campaigns. But in some cases, it might be better to switch back to the original offer. So again, always take a holistic approach to it. The second test that you should run is the micro-yes versus the no micro-yes. So by default, we always like to use the micro-yes step where we say something like, hey, would you like a mystery discount, or you have a mystery discount? And for most e-com brands, we see a spike in the sign-up rate when we use this micro-yes step. But for some brands, we've seen better results without this step. So you always want to split test this for your own brand. And really important, you want to test this separately for your mobile form and for your desktop form, because results often are different by device. Sometimes we see that the micro-yes step works really, really well on desktop, but on mobile, it doesn't work as well. So that's an important thing to keep in mind as well. And in case you don't know what the micro-yes step is, you see an example in here. So this is the first sign-up form screen that people see. So you've got a mystery discount and people can click claim my deal. No thanks, I'll already pay full price. So we're asking for a little commitment, a micro commitment from their side before we ask for the email address. The next thing is the time delay. So by default, in general, we like to use 6 seconds. That's always like a good starting point. But again, you want to test out different time delays to see what happens with the total amount of signups. That's the most important thing. So you want to test anything within a range of 4 to 12 seconds. That seems to be like sweet spot for most brands. When you use a shorter time delay, so let's say 4 seconds, it could be that your sign rate will go down, but the total amount of signups might go up since you're showing your sign-up form to a larger audience. So that's always something to keep in mind. When you make your time delay shorter, your sign rate will go down. But take a look at the total amount of signups. And this is just how you can change the settings. So you can select the rules. So in this case, we talk about time delay, but the same applies to the scrolling amount. By default, we like to put this on 60%. But again, you can split test this anywhere between 30 to 90% and find the ideal sweet spot for your brand. And of course, you can also split test the exit intent, what it does with the sign up rate and the total amount of signups when you turn it on or off. Next up, the pop-up form versus a full page form. So usually we like to work with pop-up forms, but we always recommend split testing this versus the full page forms. Some cases we've seen better results with the full page forms. In Klaviyo, you can select it in here, so you can select the form type. So oftentimes we use the pop-up. You can also use full page, flyout, embed, and banner. Some e-com brands like to use the flyout form. We never have seen really good results with it. The pop-up form always beats the flyout version, but still you could A/B test that as well. But the main test that I would recommend is pop-up versus full page. Next up is the headline copy. So of course the headline is the first thing that people see. So you want to make sure that it grabs the attention of your audience while making it immediately clear what people can expect from you. So headlines that you can test are things like save your offer now, claim your offer now, get your offer now, take your offer now, unlock your offer now, your discount awaits, or do you want your offer? So there are a lot of variations that you can make with this and can make a difference for your sign-up rate. So this is the example that we often like to use. So claim your mystery discount. That's the headline that we oftentimes like to use, but definitely check out those other examples. Don't use something like welcome to Nike or sign up to be updated for the latest product launches, stuff like that. That's not going to grab your attention. Of course, you can split test it, but yeah, I can guarantee you it will not outperform those examples that I just gave you. So keep that in mind. Next up, call to action button copy. It can also make a big difference for your sign-up rate. Although this is on number 6 on the list, so the other tests are going to make a bigger difference, of course. Some call to action button text that you can test are things like save your offer now, get your offer now, take your offer now, unlock my discount now, reveal my discount now, get my discount now, reveal the deal, claim my deal, and I want my discount. What you'll notice is that we always like to use the first person, so my instead of your. That tends to perform better, but again, it could also be something that you could split test. But in general, we've quite always noticed that the first person works better. And in this example, we use claim my deal. That always seems to work really, really well. But again, make sure to split test different variants of this as well. Then the micro copy. So you want to test different kind of micro copies to see what converts the best. Like a default one that we like to use is no thanks, I already pay full price. And when people click on that, it will close the form. But there are different kind of variants that you can test. So things like no thanks, I'll pay full price. No thank you, no spam guaranteed. Recommended by X happy customers. Rated X out of 5 by X customers. Those are all different kind of micro copies that you could split test. And of course, also make sure to split test the micro copy versus not using a micro copy. Because it could be that in some cases, not having a micro copy performs better, although we haven't seen that. Still, for your brand, your needs could apply. Next up is the colors in your designs. So test a plain and simple versus a fully designed form, for example. Usually we see that the plain and simple forms tend to perform better. Sometimes you make like beautiful designed pop-up forms and we test it versus like a simple form with just black call to action buttons, a white background, and plain and simple one tends to perform better. Sometimes frustrating because you want to keep things on brand, but the plain and simple performs better. So we like to go for conversion, but make sure to split test it for yourself. You could also test like a white form versus a black form. The color of the input fields, so a contrasting color or just white. For example, you'll see that we use like a bit of a gray shade to it, so it stands out from the white background, and that tends to perform really, really well. But you could split test like different colors for this, and of course the color of your call to action button. You could split test this as well. Those are things that can make a difference, but not like a major difference. But still, it's interesting to split test if you've done all these other tests already. Next up, an image versus no image. So for some brands and niches, it works great to use a site image or just a general image in your sign-up form. For other brands, it works better to keep it plain and simple. So make sure to split test this. Is your sign rate higher when using an image? Then of course you can test out different kind of images to see which one grabs the most attention. And in general, some rules is that images with pets in it work really, really well, but of course only when it's applicable to your brand. Next up, images with faces of human tends to work really well, and after that static images of just products works less. So when it's applicable, use an image with a pet in it, otherwise use an image with the face of a human in it. And if you don't have that, then you can use static product images, but those tend to perform a little bit less, so do keep that in mind. So what you see in this example is that we have used an image of a person, of two people, as you can see, and they're also looking at the logo and the headline text. So the visual cue is that you should look at the headline. That also seems to work really, really well. On mobile forums, we don't like to use images because you have to keep in mind the loading speeds. People on mobile, they're on 5G, 4G, etc. So they usually have a lot slower internet compared to when they're on their laptop, for example. So then we don't like to use site images. And when you do use site images on your desktop form, make sure to compress them to optimize your loading speed. And the last A/B test that you could do is the angle of your SMS signup. So if you use SMS as well, you want to make sure to split test different kind of angles for your SMS signup, see which angle works best for your brand. So you can test using the same offer for your SMS list and your email list. You can test using a better offer for your SMS list after someone just joins your email list. So let's say for your email list, you use 10% off. Then you can say, okay, do you want 50% off? Sign up for our SMS list. And you can also use the VIP club angle. So special discounts, pre-sales, early access, etc. when you join your SMS list. That's also an angle that you could split test. So if you want to see how to set up A/B test in Klaviyo, please download the A/B testing playbook via the link underneath in the description. You can download it for 100% free, and there are video tutorials in there on how to set up those A/B tests in Klaviyo. So I won't discuss it right now. Just download the playbook underneath in the link in the description. Next up, A/B testing flows. So let's talk about flows, the automated email sequences that will generate 40 to 70% of your email revenue. The most important principle to remember is that the first email in each flow has the highest impact by far. Again, first email each flow has the highest impact by far. So if you're limited on time, focus your testing efforts there. Don't focus on email 6 of your browser abandonment flow. Always focus on first email of your flow. After analyzing performance data across hundreds of e-commerce stores, we've identified the 10 most impactful flow tests. So let's go through those as well. First thing, subject line. That's of course a favorite that we see all the time. Testing the subject line is an easy A/B test that you can do. Everyone can do it in just a couple of seconds and it's done. So of course, testing the subject line can have an impact, especially for the open rate, but keep the end goal in mind, increasing your revenue. So it's easy to fall in the trap to just split test subject lines since it's easy and fast to do, but also make sure to test other things since this in general doesn't have the biggest impact. With that being said, it can be very interesting to test things like using emojis versus not using emojis in your subject line, including the first name in the subject line versus not using a first name, using urgency versus not using urgency, offer in the subject line versus the offer in the preview text, including specific numbers versus no numbers at all. These are all strategic, systematic subject line tests that you could run that can make an impact, especially for the open rate, but don't focus on this too much. Still, it can have its place and time. Same goes for the second split test. So the sender name. So for example, you could test Apple versus Tim from Apple, and especially for plain text emails from the founder, this is an interesting A/B test that could lead to at least a boost of your open rate. So if you don't know, you can change the sender name in each campaign and each flow. So that's like an interesting test to run as well. But the same applies as with subject lines. You don't want to fall into the trap of just split testing this, since the impact will be fairly small on the revenue side of things. But still, it is interesting to test for your own brand. Next up are time delays. So time delays are a very important thing to test for your flows since it can have a high impact. So think about it. Would it make a difference for you when you receive a cart reminder after, let's say, 30 minutes versus getting it after 4 hours? Yeah, I think it definitely does. So that's always an interesting A/B test that you should run. So for time delays, there are two ways you can test it. You can test the whole time delay structure. So for example, test a aggressive cart abandonment sequence versus just a regular sequence. So a regular sequence is on day 1, you send 1 email, the day after you send email 2, the day after email 3, etc., etc. An aggressive cart abandonment sequence would be to send email 1, and then 12 hours later you send email 2, 12 hours later email 3, 12 hours later email 4, etc., etc. So you send far more emails in a shorter time frame. It's far more aggressive, and for some brands that works really, really well. So that's definitely something that you could play test. Another angle is to just test the time delay of email 1. So email 1 always has the most impact for a flow, as I mentioned earlier. So testing the time delay for this specific email is always a good idea. So I would do this first before you test the whole time delay structure. And these are the time frames that I would recommend for the core flows. So for your site abandonment flow, I would test the time delay of email 1 anywhere between the 1 to 4 hours. So you want to test that first, and then you can nail it down to a specific timing. For your browser abandonment flow, 30 minutes to 2 hours. So again, test that first, and then you can nail it down to a specific specific timing. Cart abandonment, 50 minutes to 1 hour, and same for the checkout abandonment flow. So you will see further down the customer journey, you can like a bit shorter on the time delay. So that's like the general thing that we notice. And we see massive differences with these data points for each brand. So really interesting to run for your brand as well. And this is how it will look like. So you'll create a conditional split in your flow. And then you can say that there's a 50% random sample. In this case, you see 0 because we ended this split test already. And then you say 50% goes to yes and waits 2 hours. 50% goes to the no part, waits 30 minutes. And then you gather enough data, as I mentioned earlier, and then you can see the data and see what works better, which timeline. Next up are product blocks. So this is another nice test that you can run. Testing the product blocks can make a massive difference for your revenue again. So there are a couple of things that we can test in here. First of all, we can test product blocks versus product category blocks. So in this case, you want to split test showing random products or, for example, bestsellers or new arrivals versus showing product categories, because some audience like to get specific product recommendations while other audiences like general collections more. So you could split test this for welcome email 1, for your abandonment series, for your post-purchase flow when you try to cross-sell them, in your customer winback flow if you want to get them back to your store. In campaigns, of course. So basically you can test this everywhere. But keep in mind, if something works better in welcome email 1, it doesn't mean that it will also work better in your customer winback flow. So you always want to test it in each separate situation to see what the data tells you. Another test that you can run is using static product blocks versus using the Klaviyo product feed. So this is only applicable to specific brands with a lot of products. So the hypothesis is that giving specific product recommendations, in this case, yields better results than static random product recommendations. So you want to split test using static design product blocks versus the Klaviyo product feed that uses AI to give specific recommendations based on the purchase history, the viewing history, and just all-time history of the e-commerce store. So that's a really interesting split test to run actually. Another test for your abandonment series is the hero image versus no hero image. So another high impact A/B test to do. So in this case, specifically for the abandonment series, so browse, cart, and checkout. In these emails, we use a dynamic product block. So it shows the product that they've watched or that they've added to the cart. Oftentimes we use a hero image, so a header image that underneath that we have the dynamic product block. But it would make sense to have the dynamic product block as high as possible in the email to make the email look more tailored towards the reader. Because let's say you've watched a certain shirt on a fashion brand's website, and if you open the email and you see that exact same shirt immediately in the dynamic product block, it could perform better than when you see just a random product in the header image. So that's the hypothesis. So you want to split test having a hero image and then the dynamic product block structure versus just a small headline, no hero image, and then immediately the dynamic product block structure. So in the second structure, you won't have a hero image, but just a short headline. So the dynamic product block will be above the fold, as we call it. So it's the first thing that people see when they open your email. And this can actually make a big impact for the results of that specific email. Yeah, we've seen like very interesting data with that, but it really depends on the niche that you're in. Next up, plain text versus designed emails. Again, a really high impact A/B test to run. For some brands, plain text emails tend to perform really, really well. So make sure to split test this for your own brand. My advice is to split test this for the first email of a flow, because again, this has the highest impact, but also for the last email of your flow, especially if it contains a discount. Having like a plain text email from the founder with a personal message, that seems to perform really, really well for certain niches. So make sure to split test that as well. Next up, copy. And this is, of course, a bit of a broad subject because there are a lot of things that you could split test in terms of copy, but it is important to do. In general, we can split this up into different tests. So first of all, short copy, so max 3 to 5 sentences versus long copy, so a lot of paragraphs of text, and see what seems to perform better for your audience. The second test that you can run is a branded copy, so in the tone of voice of your brand versus more of a direct response style, so really pushy on sale, and see what performs better. Third angle, or the third test that you can use is angle 1 versus angle 2. This is again a bit of a broad subject, but let's say in one of your emails you use a certain pain point to convince the reader to buy. Split test this versus using a different pain point and see which pain point triggers the biggest response, aka more revenue. Sometimes it gives you very interesting data to see which pain point triggers the most action of your audience. So really interesting to split test that as well. It's a bit trickier to split test that, a bigger thing to do, but definitely useful. Next up is the order of emails. This is, to be honest, not like a high impact A/B test. So it's not going to make a massive difference, but to squeeze out the most out of your flow recipients, this can be interesting. Split test order of emails. So let's say in your cart abandonment flow, you have third email of your flow that highlights a guarantee that you have. And then email 4, you highlight a custom testimonials. Now you can run a split test where email 3 shows the reviews, in email 4 the guarantee. And then you can see which sequence performs the best. It could be that some brands, it works better to first show them the reviews and then a guarantee, and vice versa. So it can make a difference, not a ton of difference, but still an interesting A/B test to run. Another one is the landing page. So that's not really an email A/B test, but still you would have to set it up in Klaviyo. So test which landing page gives the best end result, which is more revenue. So for example, sending traffic to the collection page versus sending traffic to a product page, or the homepage versus a collection page, or a regular product page versus a specific landing page that has been made for the product. These can all make a difference for like the user experience, because it can make a big impact on the revenue. In general, we want to make it as easy as possible for people to make them do what you want them to do, aka buying from your store. So in general, you would say bring them to the product page, because that's the closest that you can bring them to buy a specific product. Sometimes bringing them to the collection page or even the homepage gives the end user a better user experience, leading to more revenue. So that's really interesting to test as well. And finally, call to action buttons. You might have been waiting for this, and I know this is something that people love to split test, but let me tell you this. Out of the entire list of A/B tests that I've just mentioned, this is probably the lowest impact test. Still, I do want to mention it. So of course you can test the text of the call to action button. You can test the size of the call to action button, the color of the call to action button. So think of buy now versus shop now versus save 10% off, or the regular button color versus like a high contrast button color. These can make a difference, but don't expect like a ton of statistically significant information about it. So definitely don't focus on this immediately. And I know a lot of brands like to do that. But if you've done all these tests and you've squeezed out the most out of your traffic, this can be an A/B test that you can still run. Then how long should you test? So just to like mention again, so the rule of thumb is to have at least 1,000 recipients per variant, unless after 500 recipients per variation, there's like already a massive difference between two variations. Ideally, it takes up around 2 weeks per A/B test. So we can test multiple things per month, but this really depends on the volume of email subscribers and website traffic. So for smaller brands, it can take a lot longer before get to those 1,000 recipients per variation. But you really want to make sure that you wait until you have those amount of data, because otherwise the data is probably not going to be statistically significant. Then you think that a certain variation is the winner, but in the end, you didn't have enough data. So really important to wait in that case. Then campaigns. So of course, the goal for campaigns, the goal is to get more revenue out of it. And this testing strategy is different for campaigns compared to flows, because with newsletters, with campaigns, you're sending new content each time. Unlike flows, campaigns change with each send. So you want to focus on these high impact tests that can be applied consistently. First of all, a really important one, send time and date. This can dramatically impact your open rates and the amount of revenue that your emails are generating. So you want to test sending on different days at different times, run exploratory test at least 5 times to find patterns specific to your audience. And an important thing that I want to clarify with this one, you don't just want to look at the open rate, also want to look at the amount of revenue that an email is generating, because it could be, for example, that you're testing 7 a.m. versus 2 p.m. At 7 a.m. gives you a higher open rate, but it could be that 2 p.m. gives you more revenue. So what do you want? Do you want a higher open rate? Or do you want more revenue? So that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Other important A/B tests are the email angles. So test which pain points or brand USPs are triggering the best response from your audience. The landing page test that I already mentioned, and the dynamic Klaviyo feed versus static product blocks, and also subject lines, sender names, call to action buttons. Those are all tests that you can run. Of course, I've already highlighted those tests already in the flow section, so I won't mention that again, but these are all tests that you could run for your campaigns. But again, with campaigns, it's a bit more tricky since each send has new content and there's like a different factors that come into play, because if a certain call to action button works on campaign A, it doesn't necessarily mean that the same call to action button works well on campaign B, because it could be sent in a different timing, a different type of campaign. So those are all things that you do need to keep in mind. So how to test? So always use manual 50-50 splits, as I already mentioned. Why? Because Klaviyo's automatic selection makes decisions far too quickly, and the winning variation would go to the rest of your audience before enough data is collected, especially for revenue impact. So by using manual splits, you collect more robust data, you send at the optimal time instead of waiting hours for those people, and you avoid false winners based on incomplete data. So this is how it looks like in Klaviyo. The winning metric, you select place order rate, the test size is 100%. So 50% to variation A, 50% to variation B. Winning variation is 0%. And that's how you set up the A/B test for your campaign. A/B testing helps you find what works. But there's one reason campaigns still underperform even when the offer is good and the email looks great and you've tested your Shopify clients. And that's segmentation. Because the truth is, you should not be blasting your email campaigns to your entire list. And that's where performance starts to break. So segmentation is not some advanced extra. It's what makes the rest of your email strategy feel relevant to the people receiving it. So next, let's get into segmentation and how to divide your email list in a way that helps you make more money from the same audience without overcomplicating your Klaviyo account. So we're in my Klaviyo demo account and let's make some segments. So first of all, let me show you how you can make a segment. So in the left menu, you go to lists and segments, and then in the top right corner, we're going to hit create and we're going to create a segment. So first, a mandatory thing that we always want to add is if someone can or cannot receive marketing, we do want to make sure that with the segments that we make, that we only target people who are active profiles who can receive email marketing. So this is the condition: person can receive email marketing. If you're based in the US, this is more than enough. But if you're based in Europe, there is unfortunately some more rules to it, some privacy rules, the GDPR. And then what you can do is you can hit this filter and say, because person subscribed. Because it can be that some people can still receive email marketing despite the fact that they've given their consent. So for example, someone started the checkout, filled in their email address. Now they can receive email marketing, but they're not officially subscribed. Or someone has done a purchase without consenting to email marketing. You can still email them, they can still receive email marketing, but they haven't really given their consent. That's the difference between person can receive email marketing and person can receive email marketing because person subscribed. For the US, it doesn't really matter. Although if someone subscribed, usually their engagement is better. In Europe, you do have to be careful with this, with all the privacy rules. So then you really have to make sure that someone is really subscribed. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. Now we can add conditions over here. So if we click on add condition, really important, there are two options: or and and. Or is if you want to sum up multiple conditions that someone can fall into. And means that someone has to meet condition 1 and condition 2. That's a really important difference in how to make a segment. And I see this go wrong all the time. So that's why I really want to point this out. For now, let's make a segment of people who have been engaged in the last 90 days, because I think this is one of the most important segments that you should have in your Klaviyo account. Typically, when we send campaigns, we always want to make sure that our open rates are like 50% or higher. And usually we can reach that with engaged 90-day segments. So that's why this is a key segment to have. So how are we going to build this? Well, we already have the first condition. So person can receive email marketing. And what we're going to do, what someone has done, has opened email at least once in the last 90 days. That's the first condition. Then we're going to clone this condition. You can easily do that nowadays with this button over here. And then we're going to say person has clicked email at least once in the last 90 days. We want to keep this at or, because it could be that someone didn't open, but they did click because like the open tracking wasn't working properly. So in this case, we want to use or for the engaged segments. So person has opened email or has clicked email at least once in the last 90 days. Then they are engaged and want to have them in this segment. Now, there are two approaches that you can take with your engaged segments. You can just focus on email activity, or you can also include website activity. Some people like to only include email activity. I like to also include website activity, because if someone has been on your website, but for some reason they didn't open your emails in the last 90 days, I still want to target them because they've been on your website. They've shown some connection with your brand in the last 90 days. So I still want to try to reach them with our emails. So what I like to do is clone this again and say has placed order at least once in the last 90 days, or checkout started at least once in the last 90 days, or active on sites at least once in the last 90 days. There's no need to add viewed product and add it to cart over here, because if someone is viewing a product or adding a product to the cart, they already have been active on your site. So there's no need to act those metrics as well. I do like to separately include placed order and checkout started, because sometimes someone goes directly to checkout and then the active on site is not measured correctly. So I do always like to include placed order and checkout started, but no need to include added to cart or view product. Active on site is more than enough. And now we've included email activity and website activity for this engaged 90 days segment. And what I then recommend is simply creating this segment. Then you go back to list and segment. I'm gonna search for this segment. I'm gonna hit the 3 icons over here. I'm gonna hit clone, hit continue. And then we're gonna make the same flow, but now for 30 days, 60 days, and 120 days. Because let's say you have email deliverability issues, then you first want to send to engage 30 days for a while, then to 60 days, then to 90 days. And maybe with your 90-day segment, you get like 60, 70% open rates. Then you can expand to 120 days so you can reach even more people. So you want to make different engaged segments for different timeframes. And you can easily do this by just swapping this for 120. And you do this for every time frame. So clone segment. And again, you can do this for every single time frame. So this is like the bread and butter of your segmentation, and super important to have this. Now let's talk about how to actually segment in a way that increases profit. But before we move on, a quick side note. I have a free email marketing course on my website that breaks down all these backend systems in much more detail, including how to structure flows and campaigns around segmentation properly. It's completely free and it cuts out all the fluff. So if you want access to it, check out the link in the description below. Now, of course, there are some exclusions that you want to have in your segmentation strategy, because we do want to protect your email deliverability. So there are some exclusion segments that you would like to add. So we have like a bunch of default segments over here that I just want to show you. So for example, marked as spam. We want to exclude those people. So person can receive email marketing and person has marked email as spam at least once over all time. This is like a default exclusion segment that you want to have in every single campaign. Same for bounced email. So person has bounced email at least 4 times over all time, where bounce type equals soft, or person has bounced email at least once over all time, where bounce type equals hard, and person can receive email marketing. Those are 2 segments that you want to suppress over time, and you want to exclude them from every single campaign sent. If you want to suppress them, simply you can just go to the 3 dots over here and you hit suppress current members. Then I always like to make a segment that includes everyone. So you could say, why not use a list for this? Well, because of the reason that I've given you before, we never send campaigns to lists, always to a segment. So what I like to do is make a segment that is called all but unsubscribed and suppressed. Conditions are fairly simple. So person can receive email marketing. Again, based in Europe, make sure to add because person subscribed, or make like 2 segments, one version without because person subscribed and one version with that added filter. Then we say, and properties about someone. Email doesn't contain the text qq.com because those are like bots that we do not want to include. And what someone has done has marked email as spam 0 times over all time. And yeah, that's kind of it. So then we have like everyone who's an active profile in your Klaviyo account, but no bots and no people who've marked your emails as spam. So that's like a mandatory segment for everyone. I always recommend to send like 1 or 2 emails a month to your entire email list. So you can also try to reach the unengaged people, because yeah, you do need to give them the chance to reactivate or re-engage with your store. So if you do it like once, maybe twice a month, then yeah, you're protecting your email deliverability while also trying to re-engage your audience as much as possible. Then we want to build some unengaged segments as well. So typically I like to make an unengaged 120-day segment and an unengaged 180-day segment. So let me show you how this looks. So unengaged 120 days. So what we're saying, what someone has done, person has opened email 0 times in the last 120 days. So next up, we want to send and. So in this time with unengaged segments, we don't want to say or, we want to make sure that they haven't had like 0 activity at all. So, and no opened emails, and they haven't clicked your emails. So, and person has clicked email 0 times in the last 120 days, and person has placed order 0 times overall time. So this is like something that you can question. You would say place order 0 times in the last 120 days, but with the unengaged segments, if someone did purchase before, I still like to have them like on our email list, because it could be that someone has bought like a year ago, but yeah, like they haven't been interested in the past year, but at some point they can still be reactivated. So like customers, I always like to keep them on the email list. So that's why I say place order 0 times overall time to exclude like unengaged customers from the unengaged segment. And checkout started 0 times in the last 120 days. And person has active on site 0 times in the last 120 days. So it's kind of similar to the engaged segments, but now we do and then of course now it's backwards. So they have like 0 activity in the last 120 days. Again, I like to make a version for 120 days, which will be the trigger for the sunset unengaged flow. And I like to make a variant for 180 days, so 6 months. And that's like an exclusion segment and a segment that we want to suppress over time to protect your email deliverability. If they haven't opened an email from your site in 6 months and they've never bought from you before, yeah, we just want to suppress them. Of course, again, we do want to give them some possibilities to re-engage, but if it doesn't work out, you want to suppress them because it improves your deliverability, it lowers your Klaviyo costs, so it's like a win-win to just exclude them. So those are like unengaged segments that we want to make. Next up, there are some specialty segments that you can make that can be useful for some moments, like a segment with first-time buyers. So person has placed order equals 1 overall time, and person can receive email marketing. So if you just want to reach your first-time buyers, sometimes it can be interesting to just target your first-time buyers with a specific offer to get them to buy again, or if you just want to reach returning customers. So person has placed order at least 2 times overall time and can receive email marketing. Sometimes you want to like appreciate their loyalty in like a different way compared to like first-time buyers. And of course, a segment of non-buyers. So placed order 0 times overall time. So sometimes when you have like a sales event, what we like to do is give non-buyers an extra discount on top of like the ongoing sales event to like get non-buyers to buy from you like earlier. That works really, really well. And we don't want to give that discount to like current customers of our store because they don't need that extra financial nudge. So that's why it's important to have like those type of specialty segments. Same for this segment, the VIPs. So of course, with every brand, every niche, it's kind of different what a VIP is, but this can be placed order at least 4 times overall time. And since this is a demo account, we can't show you right now, but what you can also do is select based on like their spend. So if it's like 3 times or 4 times the AOV, you can also include them in your VIP segment. Then we have a segment called high potentials. That's also a super interesting one. So what we say, person has checkout started at least once in the last 30 days, or added to cart at least once in the last 30 days, or viewed a product at least once in the last 30 days, or active on site at least once in the last 30 days, but did not place an order in the last 30 days. Those are high potentials. They've been on your website. They've shown some activity, but they haven't bought. So sometimes it can be interesting to or use it as a base for a specific flow, or to send them like a one-off campaign with like a special offer to like try to reach them and like get them to buy from your store because they have shown clear intent or at least show some activity on your website. Next up is the winback customers segment. So a person has placed order at least once in the last 6 months, but 0 times in the last 90 days. So they bought in the last 6 months, but not in the last 3 months. So we try to win them back. So this obviously can be a base for a customer win back flow, but also for a one-off campaign if you want to reach them with like a specific offer that makes sense at that time. So also a super interesting segment to have in every Klaviyo account. Now, those are the segments that I recommend, and those are the segments that we use internally for our own clients at our agency. What you can also do nowadays, inside your Klaviyo account, there is a segment library over here. Those are like segments made by Klaviyo themselves. I don't fully agree on every segment, but still you can check them out and like see what those segments look like. So for example, engaged 30 days email. This only includes like people who have opened an email in the last 30 days or clicked an email. So it only is like email activity and not website activity. And by default, they use because person subscribed. I already explained like in the US, I don't think that's like really necessary. And they have like an additional filter A person can receive email marketing because person subscribed and subscribe date is in the last 15 days. Yeah, that is like an optional condition that you can add. So if someone subscribed in the last 15 days, but it didn't open, they will be in the segments. I don't like to include those. You have the welcome flow for them. Yeah, I don't think that's like really necessary. And I have some more segments over here to use. So definitely interesting to check those out. Like for example, this refunds one. So if someone was refunded order at least once over all time, that can be an interesting group to target as well with like specific emails. So definitely check out the segment library from Klaviyo itself. But what I just discussed are the segments that we recommend within our own agency and that we use within our own agency. By this point, we've covered the strategy side of the email system. So you know what pop-ups to build, what flows to build, how the campaigns fit in, and you know why the segmentation makes all of this works better. But there's one final layer that can quietly ruin everything if you ignore it. Because you can have great emails, strong offers, smart automations, and clean segmentation, and still underperform if your emails are landing in spam, promotions too aggressively, or not reaching the inbox consistently. And that's why this last section matters so much. So let's finish with email deliverability. How to fix inboxing issues fast, protect your sending reputation, and make sure all the work you've done in this course actually gets seen. So first, what deliverability actually means in 2026. So email deliverability is pretty simple. So it determines whether your emails land in the primary inbox, the promotions tab, or the spam folder, as you can see over here. So this is like the basic setup that most people have nowadays in their Gmail inbox. So spam is obvious, but here's what most brands don't understand. Promotions is not the same as your primary inbox. The promotions tab means that your email is technically delivered, but visibility drops, revenue drops, click-through drops. People just check their promotions tab less than their primary inbox, and they go into it with like a different mindset. In the primary inbox, you expect more personal emails. The promotions tab, you know what to expect, like promotions. So not only should you try to get your emails out of the spam box, you should also try to stay away from the promotions tab as much as possible. But here's the problem. In 2026, Gmail is aggressively filtering brand emails into the promotions tab. So there are a couple of deliverability updates in 2026 that are super important to know as an e-commerce brand doing email marketing. So there are three big shifts you need to understand. First thing is that Gmail is way more aggressive with promotions filtering. So Gmail's AI is much better at detecting marketing intent. So if your subject line sounds like marketing, it's going to the promotions tab. If it sounds like a brand blast, it's going to the promotions tab. So if you want your email to land in the primary inbox, your emails must look like an email that you would send to a friend. So ask yourself this: would a friend send this subject line to another friend? If the answer is no, then Gmail is going to see that email as a promotional email and it will send it straight to the promotions tab. So of course, you won't die in the promotions tab. People will still check it out, but you will make less money. That's at least what we noticed. So the goal in 2026 is not just avoiding the spam box, it's maximizing the primary inbox placement. The second big shift we see in 2026 is that engagement is now the dominant ranking signal. So this is the biggest one, honestly. So inbox providers like Gmail, they care about open rates, click rates, reply rates, super important, spam complaints, and unsubscribe rates, although less important. So replies are especially powerful. If people reply to your emails, Gmail sees it as real human interaction. If people ignore your emails, or worse, mark them as spam, your placement drops. So it's that simple. Deliverability in 2026 is an engagement game. So that means if replies are super powerful, you should utilize that in your campaign strategy and in your flow strategy so people will reply to you. And the third big shift is Gmail's new AI inbox that's changing everything. So in 2026, Gmail is rolling out deeper AI-powered inbox organization. So this isn't just about filtering into the primary inbox or the promotions tab anymore. Gmail's AI is now actively summarizing the emails, grouping messages and deciding which emails deserve attention and which emails don't. Because obviously people's inboxes are flooded with emails, and Gmail wants to help their end user with that with the help of AI. So what does that mean for you as an e-com brand sending emails? So if your email looks like generic marketing content, AI may collapse it into a summary instead of showing the actual email. It will group it with other promotions, so less attention for you, or deprioritize it inside the inbox feed. So it will place it lower inside the inbox instead of on top. So again, it's not just about avoiding the spam box anymore. It's about earning attention in an AI curated inbox. And AI prioritize real engagement, replies, natural language, and sender trust. So if your emails feel automated and transactional, AI treats them like noise. And if your emails feel human and relevant, AI surfaces them. So this is why engagement is no longer just a metric, it's a ranking signal for your emails in people's inboxes. Before we go to the next point, I just wanted to mention I have a free email marketing course on my website that breaks down these exact systems in more detail. It's completely free and cuts out all the fluff. So if you want to access it, check out the link in the description below. So a quick diagnostic. Do you have a deliverability problem right now? So if your open rates are consistently below, let's say, the 30 to 35%, yes, you likely have an inbox placement issue. So healthy brands sending to engaged segments should see 50% open rates or even higher. If you're far below that, then something is definitely wrong. But you don't want to guess, you want to use data for this. So how to check your email deliverability? So there are two options. The first option is Clock Apps. So Clock Apps is a tool that you can use where you can send a test campaign to their seed list, and they will show you your inbox percentage placement, your promotions, spam. So how many of your emails are landing in the primary inbox, promotion step, or spam box. It will show you if you're on any block list. It will show you IP reputation. So you basically want to check this out every single month. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Clock Apps. You can even try out their free spam checker where you just send an email to this email and then you will receive an email with the results of that specific email and where it's landing. So Clock Apps definitely interesting to use. They also have like a paid option. We use this internally, and I would definitely recommend to use this as an e-com brand as well and check this out every single month to determine your inbox placement. So if you do not want to use Clock Apps, there's also a second option, and that's just to use Klaviyo. So go to your last 5 campaigns that you sent in your Klaviyo account and then go to the Deliverability tab. Over here, you can see all kinds of metrics. Like, first of all, you have your key deliverability metrics health. So things like your open rates, click rate, bounce rate, unsubscribe rate, spam complaint rate. Those are super important metrics to track. And you want to see if you're heading into the right direction. Now, underneath that, you can also see the performance by inbox provider, because it could be that your inbox placement is all good with Gmail, but that with Hotmail and Outlook, it's like terrible. And then of course you want to act on that for like the Hotmail Outlook users. So definitely check out the performance by inbox provider as well in like your campaigns. Then you can also check the performance by country. So same story. It could be that in the US, your inbox placement is all good, but in like Canada, your inbox placement is like terrible. And then again, you want to act on that. So for example, for Canadian people, you just want to send to a tighter segment for a while to like boost the engagement again. So how to fix your email deliverability fast? Well, it just takes 4 simple steps. Let's get into it. We know it's possible to fix your deliverability if you use a good strategy. So here's an example from one of our clients who had a major deliverability issue before working with us. So their open rates were sitting between the 20 to 25%, which is like far below the ideal range. As you can see over here, 23, 22, 20, 21, like terrible open rates. But by implementing a solid email strategy, focusing on cleaning up their list, improving their email reputation, and adjusting their content and design, we were able to significantly boost their open rates and get the deliverability back on track. So this shows that with the right approach, you can fix your deliverability and see much better results, as you can see over here with like open rates of 50%, 56, 60, 51, 50, 51. So again, it's above that 50% threshold that we always recommend and use for our own clients as well, as you can see. So with that being said, let's head into step number 1, which is to fix your technical setup. So here's the reality. Your technical setup is rarely the main issue of your deliverability problems, but you do need to set it up correctly. So yeah, it's not going to make the biggest difference, but you do need to make sure that it's set up correctly in the first place. So the first step, make sure you have a branded sending domain. So set this up in your Klaviyo account. It's mandatory. So check it out in your Klaviyo account. So you go to your Klaviyo account, you go to settings, you go to account, and then you hit domains over here. And then over here, you want to add a branded email sending domain. This is a demo account, so that's why it's not here. But you can add a domain over here. You fill in your root domain and go through all the steps. You need to add some DNS records. And in the end, it will show that it's live, and then you have a branded sending domain. So that's the first step of your technical setup. Check that you have a branded sending domain. And step 2 is to set up your default sender email address to be from the branded sending domain. So if your branded sending domain is magicianly.com, your default sender email address could be emil@magicianly.com or john@magicianly.com, as long as it ends with magicianly.com. Third step is to set up a DMARC record. So DMARC is usually the missing piece for a lot of e-com brands. So when we check the technical setup for e-com brands, this is usually the missing piece. So DMARC stands for Domain Message Authentication, Reporting, and Conformance. And it's a protocol that uses SPF and DKIM to determine the authenticity of an email, giving domain owners the ability to protect their domain from unauthorized use. So yeah, there's a whole technical story behind it, but let's keep it simple. Just do this. You go to your DNS records, check if you have these records set up, and if not, you want to add this to your DNS record as a TXT record. So the name is _DMARC, and you want to use this value, and then you can click on this link, and then you can check on multiple websites if you have a DMARC record that is fully functioning. So for example, Clock Apps. So for example, if we go to Clock Apps again, in the top menu, they have some free tools over here. So they also have a DMARC checker. You enter your domain over here, you hit DMARC record check, and then it will say if you have like a DMARC record or not. So pass 9, not performed 4. So this is all good. You have a DMARC record. And then a bonus for your technical setup. It's not mandatory, but I do recommend it for like 8 and 9 figure brands, and sometimes even for 7 figure e-com brands. So BIMI uses your DNS settings to authenticate your visual brand identity in emails you send. So this technology allows brands to control the logo used in inboxes when they send messages in order to build trust and brand recognition. In addition, Gmail appends a blue check icon to senders who have completed verification. Gmail, Yahoo, and certain versions of Apple support BMI. It costs around $1,500 every single year, and you can check out more info about this on bmigroup.org. So basically, it will show a logo next to your email and a blue check on some devices, and obviously it makes you stand out from the crowd, and it helps with your deliverability and just in general to stand out. So definitely recommend it to check out. So this is the boring stuff. This is the technical setup, but yeah, you do need to have it. So step 2, clean your email list. So I see this go wrong all the time. So email brands who are proud of the huge ass email list, but only 10% of it is actually engaged. So it's not about a massive email list. It's about having a high quality engaged email list. So to improve your email deliverability and to avoid spam folder, you need to stop sending emails to unengaged subscribers. So my advice is to simply get rid of them as soon as possible and to suppress them from your email list, because otherwise you're just paying for unengaged email subscribers. So besides fixing your email deliverability, you can also save a ton of money on your Klaviyo bill simply by cleaning your email list. So here's how to do it in 5 simple steps. First of all, get rid of unengaged people of the last 180 days. So what someone has done: opened email 0 times last 90 days, clicked email, active on site in the last 180 days, placed order 0 times in the last 365 days, and received email at least 10 times in the last 180 days. And person can receive email marketing. Second segment, get rid of people who didn't receive an email in the last year. So first active or created at least a year ago, and person received email 0 times in the last year, as active on site 0 times in the last year, and person can still receive email marketing. Also a segment, that you just simply want to get rid of. Then third segment, get rid of people who didn't open any email from your side. So kind of similar to the previous one, but a slight nuance. So first, active or created at least a year ago, received email 0 times over all time. So they never received an email from your site, but they could still receive email marketing, but they've been on your list for over a year. So yeah, you cannot re-engage those people, so you just want to get rid of them. And then fourth segment, get rid of people who've marked your emails as spam. So has marked as spam at least once over all time and person can receive email marketing. And finally, last segment that you want to suppress, get rid of emails that have bounced. So bounced email 4 times where bounce type equals soft, or bounced email at least once over all time where bounce type equals hard. There's a difference between soft bounces and hard bounces. Hard bounces means, that inbox, it's not simply not possible anymore to reach it. So after one time, you want to get rid of those. Soft bounces means that temporarily there's an issue with the inbox where it leads to the fact that an email cannot be sent. So we want to give them like 4 possibilities to try to reach that inbox. After 4 times, there's probably a bigger issue. You don't want to send emails to them anymore because the bounce rate is super important for your email deliverability. So after 4 times, soft bounces, you also want to get rid of them. So then finally, you want to suppress them. So the way you can do that, it's pretty simple. You go to your Klaviyo account, you make the segments. And then, for example, if you want to get rid of mark as spam, we go to the 3 dots, hit suppress current members, and then you hit bulk suppress over here. And you do that for all the 5 flows that I just showed you. And then they are suppressed. Takes up around an hour or 2, depending on how much people there are in those segments before Klaviyo updates it. But after that, those people are suppressed from your email list. And once you've got cleaned your list, you've got rid of the fluff. So what's left are your engaged or at least somewhat engaged email subscribers. And by removing people who've marked your emails as spam or whose emails have bounced, you're no longer sending campaigns to those who hurt your email reputation extra. Like when you email people who've marked you as spam, or if you email people with bounced emails, that really hurts your email reputation. So this already sends a much better signal to inbox providers like Gmail and Outlook. So with a cleaner, more engaged list, inbox providers will see that your emails are wanted, which will boost your deliverability and increases the chances of landing in the primary inbox. Now, step 3 is to improve your email reputation. So now that your email list is cleaned, it's time to boost your email reputation. We want to break the cycle of low engagement, complaints, and landing in the spam folder. So to do that, we want to trick inbox providers into believing your subscribers love opening your emails. So how do we do that? Simply by only sending emails to your most engaged subscribers, those who consistently open and click your emails. So first of all, we want to create engaged segments. And you want to create engaged segments of 14 days, 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days. So how do we do that? You go to your Klaviyo account. We're going to go to lists and segments. We're going to hit create segments. And we're going to call this engaged 14 days demo. Select the condition. Person can receive email marketing, add condition, and what someone has done has opened email at least once in the last 14 days. Then we're going to hit this clone icon and we're going to leave this at or. And I'm going to say clicked email at least once in the last 14 days. I'm going to clone it again. I'm going to say placed order at least once in the last 14 days. Checkout started at least once in the last 14 days, or active on site at least once in the last 14 days. Then we're going to hit create segment. You go back to lists and segments. You go to the segment you just made. You're going to hit the 3 icons and going to hit clone, hit continue. And now we're going to make the version for 30 days. And simply by adjusting those timeframes. So 30 days, all of these settings. There we go. Hit clone segment. And you're going to repeat this process for your 60 days engaged segment and your 90 days engaged segment. So important, I always like to include website and email metrics in the engaged segments. But if you have major spam issues, right now you can ignore the website metrics. So the active on site, checkout started and placed order for now, and just focus on opened and clicked email. So that's an important nuance. I always like to include website metrics as well, unless there are like major deliverability issues. So this is the game plan. So now we've built a segment. It's time to build a game plan for the upcoming weeks. So for the first 2 weeks, first of all, turn off all your flows except for the welcome series, post-purchase, and the abandonment series. So your site, browse, cart, and checkout abandonment flow. Second step, we want to send 3 campaigns a week to only the 14 days engaged segment. And you want to do this for 2 weeks. So in total, you're going to send 6 emails to your 14 days engaged segment. After 2 weeks, you can open your Klaviyo account again and you will check the open rates of those 6 email campaigns. Did they go up to 50% or even higher? Great. Then we're going to continue with the next step. If it's still lower than 50%, continue with 6 more emails to the 14 days engaged segment for 2 more weeks. And if that doesn't fix it, remove the website activity from the engaged segments and just purely focus on the email metrics. But let's say after those first 6 emails, your open rate is above 50%. Now you want to send 3 campaigns a week again, now to your 30 days engaged segment, and do this for 2 weeks. So 6 emails to 30 days engaged. Then after 2 weeks, you want to check your Klaviyo account again. Check your 6 latest email campaigns. Check the open rates. Did those stay around the 50%? You probably see a small decrease, but is it still around the 50%? Great. If not, and if they're dropping underneath 50% again, continue for 2 more weeks with sending to 30 days engaged. But if they are still above 50%, now you can expand for 2 weeks to your 60 days engaged segment. So you go from 30 to 60 days. Again, we're going to repeat the process. We're going to do that for 2 weeks. Did the open rate stay above 50%? Now you can expand to 90 days. If not, stay at 60 days for 2 more weeks. And once you are at your 90 days engaged segment, this will be your main segment for the majority of your email campaigns. And you can also turn on all your flows again, because now your email deliverability is much, much better. And is your open rate going towards the 60%, you can continue the process and expand to even 120 days engaged segments or 150, 180, as long as your open rates are above the 50%. But still, for the majority of your email sends, I would still recommend to keep it at your 90 days engaged segment. So that's the game plan. And then we go to the next step, which is to adapt your email structure for Gemini AI. So this is important. Historically, we've used image-based emails for conversion, and it still works, don't get me wrong. But in 2026, you cannot rely on image-only emails anymore. Gemini, Gmail's AI system, they need text context. So if your email is one giant image with barely any live text, Gmail's AI system has less to read inside your emails. So here are some updates that we are making within our own agency right now. Alt text, first of all, they are super important again. So the alt text of an image inside your Klaviyo account should clearly describe the image. So when you have an image inside your campaign, let's open a draft. Let's open this one. You have the alt text over here, which should be a brief description of your image. Make sure that, let's say this is an image of someone eating a pizza, a person eating pizza. Now Gemini knows what this is about. Let's say inside your image you're showing a discount. Make sure that the discount is in the alt text of 50% off. Use code blah blah 15. So make sure that your alt text is describing what's inside the image so Gemini AI can read it. Another important thing is to use Klaviyo's product blocks instead of design product blocks. So of course, though, you can still use design product blocks, but we're going to transition more and more towards Klaviyo's product blocks, since that helps with reading which products that you're actually showing, since that's like live real text. So super important. Then also use live top bars for your offers, so no more images. So some emails we like to have top bars that reminds them of a discount, for example. And before this was an image, but now we're going to use more live top bars with real text inside it. Same for the footer area. Use live text in the footer area for links to product categories, for a loyalty status, for a store locator, for support info. Make sure that this is all with live text and not with images. So these are all updates to make sure that Gemini AI can understand your emails better, which will give you an advantage and will be the new standard in the new AI inbox era. And we also include plain text emails regularly, because this keeps the AI readability high, the engagement is strong, and its deliverability safe. You don't need to abandon the design completely, don't get me wrong. You just need to make sure that AI can understand your email without reading the images. So KPIs to hit in 2026. Open rate, you want to go for at least 45% minimum.
But ideally, you want to have it like 50% or higher. Click rate, you want to go for 0.5% or higher. So no, you do not need 1% or higher unless you want less revenue. I know Klaviyo recommends like 1% or even 1.2%. I think it's nonsense, because that means that you have to send to really tight segments. That's not what you want. So 0.5 is all good. Spam complaint rate, you want to have it at 0.01% or lower. Spam complaint rate, super important to monitor. Unsubscribe rate, you want to have that 0.3% or lower. Unsubscribe rate is not as important as it was because higher unsubscribe rates don't directly hurt your deliverability, and they're less important nowadays since Gmail's one-click unsubscribe feature. So inside on the top of an email, people can directly unsubscribe. Because of that, unsubscribe rates have gone up. So that's why it's like less important nowadays. But of course, you do want to minimize the amount of unsubscribes, since it will cost you revenue in the long term. Because you will simply have a smaller email list if more people are unsubscribing. So these are like main KPIs that you want to hit in 2026. Now, always keep this in mind. So inbox providers like Gmail and Outlook, they only care about one thing: giving their users the best possible experience. They don't care about your brand, only care about their users. So they just look at how your email subscribers are responding to your emails. So are they opening your emails? Are they clicking in your emails? Are they replying to your emails? Or are they ignoring your emails? Are they sending your emails to spam? Are they unsubscribing from your emails? So guess what? The secret to a good email deliverability is making sure the majority of your audience will do the first 3 things and not the last 3 things. It's that simple. So how to improve your engagement fast? Send better emails, not prettier emails. So that means use conversational subject lines. Skip long emails and use shorter border copy. Optimize your above the fold sections. So the first thing that people see when they open your emails without having to scroll, that's your above the fold section. You want to optimize this as crazy, because this is like where after that 99% of the people, they skip out on it. They only see your above the fold section. So big call to action buttons will improve your click rates by having that in the above the fold section. And less promotion. So not send in promotional email every single week. And 1 to 3 plain text emails per month. Looks like it's coming from a friend, so it lands in the primary inbox, which is good. And optimize your footer. So include product categories. This will guaranteed give you higher click rates. And when you share products in your emails, share max 3 to 5 products, for example, in a 2x2 grid. And give each product a shop now button. Really important. Make it as easy as possible for people to understand and click. And always end this section with a shop all button. Or if people don't like the products in there, there's a shop all button, so people will still click and go to your website. So you really want to start creating emails that people like to open. Focus on what your subscribers want, not just on what you want to sell to them. If Gmail notices that people enjoy opening your emails, they will reward you by placing your messages in the primary inbox. It's really that simple. Email deliverability, it's not like a super hard thing. Just think about the user experience. When people like your emails, your email reputation will improve, your deliverability will go up. So in the end, email deliverability is quite simple. Just create fun emails that people like to open.
At this point, your email system is built. The flows are set up, campaigns are planned, your list is segmented, and your deliverability is clean. There is one more thing I want to show you before we wrap up, because it changed the way we work at Magistly, and it will save you a significant amount of time. In 2026, AI is not optional anymore if you want to move fast and stay consistent with your email marketing. So in this last section, I'm going to show you how to use ChatGPT to improve your email marketing. So let's get started. Okay, we're in my ChatGPT account, and what I've done is I've used a simple prompt to let ChatGPT analyze the email campaign data of one of our clients. And the first prompt is pretty simple. So what we're going to say is, you're an email marketing data specialist, and I want you to analyze this data set, which includes all the information of the email campaigns we've sent for company URL. Can you analyze this data set and give me 10 observations with recommendations on how to improve it?
it. It's that simple. Now you might wonder, how can I extract this email campaign data from my Klaviyo account? Let me show you. So when you're in your Klaviyo account, in the left menu, you go to campaigns, and then you go to these three dots over here and you click this button, Export Analytics. Then you get this pop-up where you can select the time range or a custom range. Then you can select the start to end date, and you can select if you want to include email only, SMS only, or if you want to include all A/B test message variations. I would go for like a big time range, especially if you're not selling that many email campaigns. So for example, you can do the year to date or the last 90 days at least, whatever you prefer. So for example, send in the last 90 days, email only, include all A/B test message variations, and export analytics. And now you'll get a CSV file with all the data that ChatGPT needs. So let's go back to ChatGPT and see what they did with this prompt. So what we see is that ChatGPT has fought for like 4 minutes and was analyzing the data set. And now they came with 10 data-backed observations for the data of January until May 2025 and what to do next. So first thing, clicks are the bottleneck. That's what they saw in the numbers. So the average unique open rate is 69%, but unique click rate is 0.26%. So why it matters / actions to take. That's what you see on the right side over here. So redesign templates around a single above default primary call to action, add contrasting buttons, cut copy length, and test hero images versus GIFs. The goal is to lift the click-through rate to 2% plus with MP inflated open rate that equates to 1.3% plus unique clicks. So this is actually like a very good analysis already. So indeed the click rate is on the low side, and it came with good recommendations to like redesign the templates, to add a call to action button above default, which is something that we always preach on this YouTube channel, to add contrasting colors, to cut the copy length, and to test the hero images. So this is actually like a very good insight already from ChatGPT. Second tip, Saturday leads for open rate 71%, Friday lags 67%. So this is already like a good insight to see like which days are best in terms of open rate and which days are basically. So we now see that Saturday is better, and why it matters / actions to take: shift at least one newsletter sent to Saturday or Sunday, pull back on Fridays unless it carries a time sensitive offer. Excellent tip. Send time clusters at 8 to 9. Opens are similar, but we haven't really tested late afternoon, early evening slots. So run a holdout test at 5 to 6 p.m. If open rate is above 65% and click rate above 0.3% at a PM cadence to reach the inbox second scroll. Excellent tip. Again, what ChatGPT sees is that we're mainly sending in the mornings. Their tip is to split test this versus the evenings to see if we can reach the inbox second scroll. So an excellent tip, and it also gives us the KPIs that we should look for. One thing that I'm missing is that when you're testing the send time, I don't necessarily look at the open rate. The most important thing is the place order rate and the amount of conversions that you get, because it could be that the open rate is higher in the morning, but in the evening, because people are at home, they're settled down, they might open less, but they're more likely to buy when they open your emails. So I would always optimize for place order rate, but still it is like a good insight to have. And so I'm not going to go through all observations, but as you can see, these are like very good observations by ChatGPT based on the data. It also includes like the segmentation, a bounce spike, which we had in February. The subject line emojis help, which is very interesting. So analyze the subject line that had emojis versus subject lines that didn't have an emoji. And it turns out that the subject line with an emoji was having more revenue and higher open rates. That's actually like good insight to have to include more emojis. Like what type of campaigns dominate in terms of revenue, the unsubscribe rate, the subject length. It also gives us some insights in that. So this is like super valuable information that you can use to like optimize your email campaigns, and even comes with quick wins for the next 30 days. So tip 1, quick win, simple refresh with a single bold call to action button and reduced header height. Second, weekend sent pilot, so move Sunday newsletter to Saturday. 90-day engaged early access offer, bounce cleanup, so scrub all February hard bounces, etc., and emojis in the subject line. So these are some quick wins that you can implement straight away. So again, this is super valuable information, especially if you're, let's say, a small e-com brand who don't have the time to analyze the data. Just with one simple prompt, you can get this data already. And this this is for email campaigns, but you can do something similar for email flows as well. That's what we're going to take a look at right now. What you're going to say is you're an email marketing data specialist, and I want you to analyze this data set, which includes all the information of the email flows we've sent for brand URL in the past few months. Can you analyze this data set and give me 20 observations with recommendations on how to improve it? So the prompt is pretty similar. Let me now show you in Klaviyo how you can export the email flow data and load it in inside ChatGPT. So when you're in your Klaviyo account, in the left menu, you go to flows, and then over here you see this options button, and then over here you can export the analytics. And then again, you can select the time range. I would go with at least last 90 days or even longer, like year to date. Then you can aggregate analytics by day, week, or month. I would go with daily, and make sure to include all A/B test message variations. And then you can export the analytics, and you'll get a CSV file that you can load inside ChatGPT with the prompt I just showed you. So now let's see what ChatGPT did with this data set. So it fought for like 3 minutes, and then it came with the top 10 revenue driving flows for March 1 until May 13. And then we can see an overview over here. And then it says below are 20 data-backed observations for brand name, flow performance between March 1 and May 13, concrete recommendation for each. The interactive table I shared shows the 10 flows that generate the bulk of revenue. It will help you drill in further. The insights. 1. Welcome service is the revenue engine. Findings, it drives 666K, 56% of all flow revenue with $1.34 per recipient. Do next. Prioritize tests here first. Small lifts, compound fast. Start with A/B testing subject lines in email 1 where volume is highest. So this is already like super interesting and a good insight from ChatGPT that the welcome series flow is generating the most amount of revenue. So if you're A/B testing, you should put your focus on the flow that gets the majority of the traffic and the most amount of revenue, because any positive change that you'll make with A/B testing will yield like a big result. And this is again something that I always preach on this YouTube channel, because I often see e-com brands split test like email 6 of a random flow that only gets like 20 or 100 recipients per month. And in that case, it doesn't really matter if you can increase the place order rate from 2% to 2.5%. That's not going to make a big difference for your business. But if you do something similar for your welcome series flow, that's actually going to make a big difference. So that's an excellent insight from ChatGPT. Then to see next, email 1 carries the welcome series of findings. Email 1 contributes 88% of the welcome series revenue. Do next, shorten the series to 5 emails or radically reposition emails 2 to 5. So add new customer offer, social proof. Otherwise, you're sending 330K low impact messages. Again, this is like an excellent message to see because what we always see with the welcome series flow is that email 1 by far generates the most amount of revenue, which makes sense because people just had your sign up form, they saw the offer, they signed up, now they want to use that discount code. So email 1 by nature will get by far the most amount of revenue. The only goal with email 2 to let's say 5, 6, 7 is to make sure that you nurture the rest of your list who isn't ready to buy straight away. And of course you want to get some extra purchases in, but the goal is more so to nurture them and to guide them towards that first purchase on the long path. But still, like, this tip is a good tip. If let's say the last emails are generating 0 revenue, then it could make sense to just skip out on those emails and save you the cost of selling those messages. Although the ROI, if you generate revenue, is of course super high with email marketing. But still, this is like a good tip and gives you a good insight if you haven't looked at the welcome series data yourself. Browse abandonment under-monetized. So findings, 422% click to open gap. So 42% open, only 2.3% click, 0.6% order rate. So do next, insert dynamic product blocks and a single hero call to action. Consider SMS follow-up for non-clickers because the SMS browse flow already shows €1.7 per recipient. So again, this is like an excellent tip that it sees that the browse abandonment flow is underperforming the email version, but that the SMS flow is showing some potential. So considering an SMS follow-up for non-clickers is an excellent way to transfer the traffic from email to SMS to the SMS flow that is performing really, really well. So again, excellent insight. And then it had a lot more insights, which are really good. Things like cart abandonment clicks are decent, but traffic is small. Checkout abandonment SMS is a hidden gem. Post-purchase leaves money on the table. Rest of world post-purchase lags USA. Winback flows barely convert. SMS flows punch above their weight. So it gives like a ton of insights on what to do next. These are all excellent tips in all fairness. Now you have information about the flows in general, but it might be that you want to dig a little bit more deep into specific flows. So what you can do next is say like, hey, now focus more on the welcome series flow and give me 10 findings and recommendations. Now it's going to think again, take a look at the data set, and then just focuses on the welcome series flow and come up with like 10 specific tips and do next for the welcome series flow, which again are like excellent tips that we have in here. And it even gives a prioritization tip. So start with items 1, 2, 3, and 5. They touch the highest volume sends and will move the revenue needle fastest. Once these tests are live, review emails 4 to 7 for possible retirement or repurposing as behavior-based follow-ups. So again, excellent tips from ChatGPT. So this is how you can use the data from Klaviyo, load it inside ChatGPT and get valuable insights. And not only that, also action-based recommendations on how to improve your email flows or email campaigns and generate more revenue with your email marketing game.
So that's the full Klaviyo email system for 2026 and beyond. We started with list growth because without a consistent flow of new email subscribers, everything else is just working as a shrinking audience. Then we've built the 5 core email flows: the welcome flow, browse abandonment flow, abandoned cart, abandoned checkout, and post-purchase. Then we layered on campaigns, A/B testing, segmentation, and deliverability. And we finished with how to use AI to make the whole system faster and smarter working for you. If there's one takeaway if you want to leave with, it's this: email performs best when each part supports the next. Your sign-up forms feed your flows. Your flows capture intent. Your campaigns create momentum. Your A/B tests sharpen what's already working. Your segmentation keeps everything relevant. And your deliverability makes sure the whole machine actually reaches the inbox. And finally, AI helps you execute all of it without burning out. So if you implement this properly, you won't just have more emails going out, you have a cleaner email system, better timing, more relevant messaging, and a stronger foundation for long-term e-commerce growth. So go back through each section, implement them one by one, and use this video as your build-out roadmap. Because once these pieces are in place, Klaviyo becomes a lot less confusing and a lot more profitable for you. And if you want our agency to build out this full email system for you, click on the first link in the description and book a call with me directly. And if you found this email course useful, leave a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel, because we publish weekly videos on email marketing for e-commerce brands, and I can promise you there's a lot more coming up. So I hope to see you in the next video.